Bum bum. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Wow. Wow wow wow. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bum. Wow. Wow wow wow. Oh, this is so good. This is really good. It's really good. Oh yeah, I know. It's just that good. Ha. 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 Holy cow! Jeez, this guy. This guy is just... I expect the guitar to catch on fire any second now. Good lord. Let me scroll this down to quiet for a second and press the transition button. Hello and welcome to Metal Gear Monday. It's a special, another Super Bunny Hop poverty stream where for some reason I feel compelled to tell people on the internet out loud that I am certainly not suicidal and quite looking forward to the next 5 years, and have been having to spend the past few weeks on a housing crisis job work that has compelled me for some reason to say that in front of people. When I'm not worrying about things like that, I enjoy playing Metal Gear Solid in Spanish as well as Pokemon, and Pokemon has a significantly easier reading level, but for now, we're gonna attempt to read the Metal Gear Solid mission log in Spanish. Snake consigue rescatar el Otacon, pero se queda sorprendido por el hecho de que el ninja al que se quitó de encima es su compañero de guerra Grey Fox. Tras descubrir que Metal Gear ha sido desarrollado contra su voluntad como tranque móvil de lanzamiento de misiles nucleares, Otacon le ofrece ayuda a Snake. Snake trata de encontrarse con Meryl para obtener la llave de anulación de emergencia del código detenedor que ella posee. Según Otacon, Meryl está disfrazada de soldado enemigo. There we go. We're all fully caught up there. I don't know if I was able to parse much of that at all. Certainly a little tougher than Spanish Pokemon. But I am also playing the actual Master Collection version for the first time, which is not my normal. My normal is to play the PC version from the good old Windows 98 days. They were really bad old days, actually. PC gaming is was not in its high point in those days. But there was a very strange Metal Gear Solid port that ironically ended up becoming my normal, because it's certainly not the way the game is meant to be played, and I am getting fingerfuls of that harsh lesson being learned now, and earfuls to a certain extent. I was actually able to tell the slight difference in audio quality between versions, and that's something that I feel I was dismissing a little bit earlier when playing the PC version. Also, one thing I've missed out on this whole time is rumble. When your controller rumbles in your hands when you get spotted by something, that's a real intense shock. The noise has always been the famous cue to jump out of your seat if you're sneaking through a Metal Gear Solid game and suddenly get spotted, but the controller rumble does add a hell of a lot more physiological shock to those moments and gets me reacting in a way harder. The lower frame rate of the PlayStation 1 version, there's something actually really, really subtle, but now that I'm feeling it with my fingers, absolutely hard to ignore. This feels a lot better in my fingers than the PC version does. The PC version felt great for its own reasons. It was very, very quick, snappy. Oh, music. Just wanted to soak up that atmosphere for a second. The feeling of motion in the PC version is considerably more weightless than this. You are so quick and responsive that a certain feeling of winding up and cooling down in and out of Snake's movements is not present in the PC version with its frame rate locked at 60 like it is here. There has been some very, very bad discourse that is permeated in the immature gamer world for the past several years about how everything needs to be at 60 frames per second no matter what. And I don't entirely know if you could recapture this feeling of having Snake feel a little more weighty and less quickly responsive to your movements at a 60 frames per second speed, but I believe it would have been possible with considerable differences made to the game's movement system at its core. Let me put my ears up to the wall and listen to who's on the other side. Having this slightly more weighted feeling to Snake's movement makes me feel like I am having to commit a little bit more to every single button press that I am choosing to make. So some more truly tactical thinking is happening every now and then. Because in the PC version, I get the sense, I don't even know if you really can play like this, but in the PC version, I get a sense, a feeling, a hunch, that if I accidentally put in a wrong input, I still have... That's not Meryl. I still have a couple frames to cancel the movement. Okay, urinary guard just came back inside. So furthermore, I'm playing on hard mode with no radar, and that's fantastic because it requires you to use more of your physiological senses and think of the gameplay environment in a little bit more of three-dimensional terms rather than two-dimensional Pac-Man terms. Okay, the male guards just traded places. I believe a male guard was on my immediate left, but I was wrong, but that was Meryl. And the controller shock still scared the bejesus out of me. Okay, I think do I have an opportunity to go for her? Not yet, not yet. Let me get a little lower, just in case. There we go. And there's still a chance... Okay, it's clear. There was a little bit of a chance that I could have walked into a guard... But wait, did I sneak up on Meryl this time? Is that possible? Because I don't remember that, spot shock when I'm usually playing through this segment. In any case, let's get this cutscene going. No se mueva. No be moving. All right, what did I miss on chat?
Es la segunda vez que he sido capaz de sorprender al legendario Solid Snake.
¿Eres Meryl? No puedes hacerte pasar por un hombre mucho tiempo.
¿Qué quieres decir? Aquí no dejan entrar hombres.
No imaginaba que fueras tan femenina.
No es momento para intentar ligar, Snake.
Pronounce that Enya, George. You can do it. I don't think I had a problem with the Enyas, did I?
Cuando me alisté, me sometieron a psicoterapia para destruir mi interés por los hombres.
Her interest are por los hombres. She has no interest are in los hombres. We have not already beaten Psycho Mantis.
Estoy cansada de disfrazarme.
Wow, Val825 is saying that reading of the mission log was actually decent? No way. There's no way it could have been. I disagree. That was not decent.
Cuando había allí tipos como tú y mi tío, sin terapia genética como ocurre hoy, vosotros seráis héroes reales.
No hay héroes en la guerra. Todos los que conozco están muertos o en prisión. Una cosa o la otra.
Pero Snake, eres un héroe, ¿no
Is he doing the thing?
Soy un hombre que hace bien
Where
lo que sabe. Matar.
When talking to
Se gana ni se pierde.
Yes, he is! Did you hear that roll?
De acuerdo. Y tú luchas por la gente, ¿no?
Nunca he luchado por nadie, solo por mí. Mi vida no tiene objetivo, ninguna meta final.
No friends, it's solo
Solo
for
cuando
me.
burlo a la muerte en el campo de batalla. Solo
Oh,
entonces
that's
me
sad.
siento vivo.
Ver a otra gente morir te hace sentir vivo.
You don't have any other
Me gusta,
gentes,
el
do
reino
you?
deseas que termine. ¿Todos los grandes guerreros son como tú?
No te pusiste en contacto conmigo.
Mi códec estaba
Also, that
roto.
effect, this blur
¿No
effect,
deberías
is not in the
alegrarte de
PC
verme?
version
En fin,
either.
¿cómo me ha reconocido disfrazada?
Even with the frame rate lower, this actually feels definitely like the way it's meant to be played. Having to think a little bit more about your inputs and not canceling them halfway through a move does
Ya
feel
veo, primero mis ojos y ahora el
important
culo.
to,
¿Y luego qué?
En la batalla uno nunca piensa en lo que viene luego.
I had to hold that thought for a second to listen to the really good Spanish. I've heard that Meryl's voice actor in
¿cómo van las
Spanish is not great, but
negociaciones?
I'm still not hearing it. She sounds great to
No
me.
avanzan.
Also,
Todo
when
depende de
when
ti.
Snake is talking to ladies, he
Alguien
really
tiene que impedirles
he's
que lancen
easier
un
for
misil
me to
nuclear.
understand
Hay
too.
dos
He goes a
maneras.
little
O
slower.
bien destruimos Metal Gear, o...
Anulamos el código de detonación. ¿Conseguiste las llaves de Baker?
¿Llaves? ¿Cómo
Hola,
esta?
Jose
¿Dónde están las
Marinas
otras? Debería de haber 3 llaves.
Es todo lo que tengo.
from Metal Gear
¿Dónde estarán
España.
las
So
otras dos?
you
No
might have
tengo
been the
ni
one I
idea.
was
Pero deben
retweeting
estar en
earlier
algún
today with
sitio.
the news
Si
that
no
the
los
Metal Gear
encontramos,
Delta
estamos
has
obligados a
a
destruir
Spanish
Metal Gear.
translation. Speaking of
Metal
which,
Gear está
oh
en
boy,
las subterráneas
sure
de
was a
mantenimiento
Metal Gear
bastante.
Monday
Llévame
today.
también. Conozco
Have
el
we
lugar
been
mejor que tú.
consuming
Contigo iré más lento. No tienes bastante experiencia de
commercials
No
for
seré
our
un estorbo,
latest
te lo prometo.
favoriteest branded
Si lo eres,
or
¿qué?
corporate
Entonces me
branded
disparas.
products?
combate. Suelo desperdiciar balas.
Bueno,
I feel bad talking through this. I need to
Tendré
shut
cuidado.
up and talk about the new previews when the cutscene ends.
¿sabes?
Which
No
is-
uso el maquillaje igual que otras mujeres.
Oh yeah!
Casi nunca
Which is
suelo
still
mirarme en
only
el
going to give me
espejo.
seconds to
Siempre
burst
he
some thoughts out,
despreciado
because there's a
ese
lot of
tipo de
cutscenes
mujer.
ahead.
Siempre he soñado con ser un soldado.
Soñado con ser.
Me equivocaba.
I've never had a problem with Inya's, I
No
don't
era
think.
un
That's one of the
auténtico
easiest
sueño.
things to understand, as I
Mi
recall.
padre
Mi
murió en
padre.
combate cuando yo era más joven.
Y tú quisiste seguir los pasos de tu padre, ¿no?
No era eso. Pensé que si me convertía en soldado podría entenderle mejor.
¿Eres todavía un soldado?
Creí que lo era hasta hoy, pero ahora lo entiendo. La verdad es que temía enfrentarme a mí misma. Me asustaba tener que tomar decisiones en mi vida. Pero ya no voy a engañarme
But
nunca
now
más.
that's not
Ha llegado
my
el
life or
momento de recapacitar
something.
en serio. Quiero
I
saber
have to get
quién
serious
soy y de
for
lo
a
que soy
moment. I
capaz.
want
Quiero
to...
saber por qué he vivido de esta manera hasta ahora.
I
Quiero
want to live
saber-
for the moment.
Recapacita bien. Tardarás en tener otra oportunidad. Mientras tanto, deberías lavarte la cara.
Sí.
Esto no es un entrenamiento. Nuestras vidas dependen de ello. No hay ni héroes ni heroínas.
This is serious
Si fracasas,
business. Everyone
eres un
depends on
fiambre.
us. We can't think like heroes. Something like that, right?
¿Municiones de famas?
Oh, now she's going to
Sí,
talk
pero
about her
no tiene
Desert Eagle.
municiones.
Oh, what's the
cogiste el
line
águila
about
del
it being more
desierto?
comfortable than a
Lo encontré en el
bra?
arsenal. Es un Action Express
Express
calibre
calibre,
0.50.
yeah.
Y había un revólver Socom, pero elegí esto.
Ah, para mí las sobras, ¿eh? Es algo grande para una chica, ¿no?
Tranquilo, sabré manejarla.
Toma. un
Chill
calibre
out,
45.
have some
Mira,
manners.
he usado una pistola como esta desde los 8 años. Me siento
I've
más
used
cómoda
this
con
since I
ella
was
que con
8
un
years
sujetador.
old. Oh, sujetador. Is that what that is? Sujetador?
Si vamos hacia el norte, tendremos que pasar por la
Sujetador.
sala del comandante en este piso. La ruta por tierra la bloquean
Yep,
glaciares.
sujetador.
La
That's
puerta
what
de la
that
sala del
means.
comandante es nivel de seguridad.
I
Está
got
con
it.
cinta
I
alambre.
got it.
Estaba dentro del bolsillo
I did
del
not. I
uniforme
learned a
que
new Spanish
Parece
word
que
today
debías
by
vigilando algún
referencing
lugar
it against a
importante.
silly Metal Gear Solid line. I wonder how
Ok, vamos.
using that word's gonna go.
Conozco
Vamos,
este
let's
lugar
go.
mejor que tú. Yo te guiaré. Sígueme.
In Metal
Es
Gear
muy
Spain, we are
extraña.
dubbing MGS
Muy
2 to 5
muerta.
cutscenes into Spanish. I know the entire
¿Qué ha
Spanish
pasado
cast
con
of the
la
game. If you have
música?
any questions, let me know.
Echaré un vistazo.
Okay,
Asegúrate de que esté preparado.
so that screenshot I retweeted earlier today, is that a sign that they're doing the full game as a dub in Spanish, or is it just going to be text for now? What do we have confirmation
Snake,
on?
¿qué estás haciendo? Vamos hacia la sala del comandante.
What if there's items? There could be items, Meryl. Give me a minute to stock up on items. Look at that, cardboard box B. I can get these items scot-free. No guards in the room. All those famous bullets are going to come in useful for the Psycho Mantis boss fight, which is going to play a little different in the Master Collection than the PC version. We will have some emulated controller rumbling going around. Psycho Mantis might rumble my controller off the table. Oh no, they censored the red crosses for so that their video game wouldn't violate the Geneva Convention. Okay, before I go in there, let's open the door, equip Ration and FAMAS. I believe that's the most useful combination for now. And once I get level 6 keycard, I definitely want to go backtracking a bit for Otacon's body armor. Camera angles are getting a little weird.
La cabeza. Oh, me duele.
¿Qué te pasa?
No te acerques, Snake.
Okay, Delta will not be dubbed into Spanish confirmed. What you've seen is a Photoshop. God damn it. Oh, that's disappointing. Well, you had me fooled. Cardboard box doesn't sound very words.
¿Qué ha pasado?
So, there is no hope at the moment for
Vamos.
catching the Spanish language video gaming up to apparently what was the standard in 1998.
Vamos, Mr. Foxhole. El comandante nos espera.
26 years ago. It's never gotten this good since then. What in the world happened, though? Yeah, that would actually be a good explanation, Jose Mellinas. If you do actually have a good, complete narrative, explanation on what made this happen here, now would actually be the time. I am super ready to engage with something like that. Why did it never get this good again? Why was there less interest?
¿Pero qué coño?
Pero qué coño?
Abrázame, Snake.
¿Qué te pasa?
Hazlo. Hazme el amor.
This is more intense.
Snake, te deseo.
This is way more
¿Quién
intense.
eres?
¿No te gustan las chicas?
No te conquista las chicas.
Snake, Meryl no es ella misma. No use el arma.
She's not herself. No use the armor.
Controlando a Meryl. La melodía es su música de control mental.
No
Control
utilice el arma.
mental.
Intente dejarla sin sentido.
His mind control music is mental controlling. Mental control sounds a little more serious than mind control. Chico Mantis. Snake is aggressively letting it be known that he does not fuck.
Camuflaje óptico, ¿eh? Espero que no sea tu único truco.
So in Spanish, instead of saying, huh? He says, eh?
¿Mis poderes? Ahora te mostraré por qué soy el más poderoso maestro de psicoquinesis y telepatía que hay en el mundo. No hacen falta palabras, Snake. Soy psicomantis. Cierto, aquí no hay truco, es poder real.
Oh no. I did just remember that the Chico Mantis. Oh boy. This was, as I recall, a fan theory that was popular during the lead-up and release to Metal Gear Solid 5 that I don't think got officially confirmed in the game, but still might have been implied.
Sin embargo, eres bueno eludiendo trampas.
Oh, you're good at avoiding traps?
Sin creerme, ahora leeré en tu alma con más intensidad.
Oh no, I don't know what he said then.
No hay juegos guardados. Tu memoria está totalmente limpia.
You've avoided a lot of guards, like you have it memorized? Is that what he said? Like I have it memorized, or like I remember doing this before?
Eres un poco irresponsable.
I'm a little irresponsible though. Maybe he's talking
Puedo
about some
leerte como un libro abierto.
libro.
Sin creerme aún, te demostraré mis poderes psicoquinéticos.
Okay, now he's gonna demonstrate.
Controlador en el suelo.
Put the controller on the suelo.
Más plano que puedas.
Wait, can I, do we have... Can we view?
Ahora moveré el controlador solo con el poder de mi voluntad.
Wait, no? No, I'm not getting any rumble.
¿Y ahora qué piensas?
What?
Puedes sentir mi poder. Se
I
acabó la demostración.
had it turned on. I remember getting shocked by the rumble. Oh, moment ruined. What's the deal? Why wasn't my controller rumbling? It rumbles when I get spotted by guards. I was moving around in circles during that, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Dun 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 dun. Oh wait, no, before I do it, let me actually emulate the confusion of a first chance. Or first try of this. Bum, 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 bum. The Xbox controller doesn't have stereo rumble? What? That's mean. But, okay, I thought this was using an emulator where it wouldn't matter.
O sea que los pensamientos del asesino en serie le infectaron.
The DualShock was called DualShock for a reason. Oh, like it even matters anymore. I've taken these controllers apart. I know what we're talking about now, but I don't think it should matter. He can make the controller rumble off a table without having to have the PlayStation exclusive DualShock style rumble. It shouldn't matter here. No, it really shouldn't. I feel a little disappointed that they didn't want to emulate that. Dun 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 dun. Brum, bum, 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 bum.
No deje que le lea la mente. Déjela en blanco.
En blanco. Don't think, just react. They want Solid Snake to go back to monkey mode. Oh wait, did he just say it?
Está usando su poder psíquico para leer el movimiento de su controlador. Así es como evita el ataque. Tiene que hacer algo para que no lea el movimiento de su controlador. Piense, debe de haber una manera.
So he didn't quite give you the hint there, but he was still hinting at it.
Lo tengo.
Use el puerto del controlador. That was it. That is the hint. El puerto del controlador.
Ya no será capaz de leer su mente.
Okay, now let me set this. I believe that after this, I never have to put it back into port 1 at all either. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Puedo este. Okay, this was the Spanish dub. It is true that there have been some very good work since then, but not as charismatic as this one. It was really groundbreaking at its time. Trivia: Alfonso Valles, Snake, and Vincent Gill Campbell, and also the director of the dubbing, were paid €1 million at the time. Jeez. Each? What? Holy cow. As I understand from the English voice acting world, that's ridiculous. That is probably more money than voice actors are paid nowadays, I bet for sure, even adjusted for inflation. €1 million each for I mean, it's hard work to do the many hours of recording over many tens of hours of real-life practice that screws up your mouth and throat body. Good God, 1 million That's the kind of contract that they wish they could get nowadays. So I imagine there's an economic explanation going on here. For some reason, that much money was never being thrown around for localizations afterwards. For some reason. What could it have been? I'm assuming that the reason why there was not as much interest since then is because of the, a switch over to like a royalty-style payment instead of a giant lump sum of 1 million for doing the job. That was 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I should stun grenade. He's not gonna let me shoot over her shoulder. Pum 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 pum. Pum 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 pum.
De hecho, eres poderoso, pero conozco tu punto débil. Meryl, colócate donde él pueda verte y sáltate la tapa de los sesos.
So in English, it's blow your brains out, which is really intense. In Spanish, what did that literally translate to? Because I don't know most of those words.
No, imposible, no.
Imposible. I remember having trouble with the final chunk of this fight, like, right here, and I'm pretty sure it's because they want you to hit him as he's winding up. So, running out of FAMAS ammo should have spawned more FAMAS ammo somewhere around. Ow, I walked right into that one. I saw it coming and everything. Oh, maybe this is a better method. Keeping the pistol held, and then waving it in his direction as soon as he appears. There we go! I don't think I'm gonna have a hard time dealing with this part of the fight again. The pistol is superior to the FAMAS, maybe? I don't know. It's still not quite working out perfect. You can run and gun with FAMAS too, but it'll waste too much ammo. And also slow him down during the beginning of that wind-up. So with the pistol I can keep it held open and just like quickly glance at him and then keep running away. With the FAMAS you gotta like look at him for a few frames a little bit longer. Yeah, like instead of squeezing one round off and scooting away, you want to focus on him for a few frames and then run away.
Coronel, su sobrina ya no corre peligro.
Gracias, Snake. Le debo una.
Ahora que Mantis ha perdido, el lavado de cerebro de Meryl desaparecerá. ¿No, Naomi?
Sí, pero ¿por qué te desviaste tanto de tu camino para salvarla? ¿Por Campbell? ¿O quizás porque ella te gusta?
No quiero ver a ninguna mujer morir delante mío.
¿De verdad? ¿Desde cuándo te ha molestado la muerte de alguien?
Naomi, es verdad que Snake ha matado a mucha gente, pero eso no significa que no tenga corazón.
Está bien, coronel. Tiene razón.
Nothing. Just silence.
Utilizaste el otro
Utilizaste el 8 controlador.
de leer el futuro.
Un hombre fuerte no necesita leer el futuro. Cree el suyo propio.
There's also weird little sound effects. When he was walking past the hologram, it was squishing for some reason. There were squishy noises. I don't think that's in the PC version. The Spanish dubbing was done in 10 days in a small music studio. Konami Japan said that Alfonso Valles was the best foreign Snake beyond the American and Japanese.
Hay una puerta oculta detrás de esa librería. La ruta por tierra está bloqueada por glaciares. Pasa las torres de comunicaciones y luego utiliza el pasaje de la torre.
¿Por qué me dices todo eso?
Sé leer la mente de la gente. En mi vida he leído los pasados, presentes y futuros de miles y miles y miles de hombres y mujeres.
The sound effect of his mask breathing is a lot clearer.
¡Qué asco!
Y toda mente que yo he leído estaba ocupada por el mismo objeto único de obsesión. Ese egoísta y atávico deseo de transmitir la propia semilla.
La propia semilla,
Algo que me pone
ok.
enfermo. Todo ser viviente en este planeta existe solo para transmitir su ADN.
ADN.
Estamos diseñados así. Por esa razón existe la guerra. Pero tú eres distinto. Eres como nosotros. No tienes pasado ni futuro. Vivimos en el momento. Ese es nuestro único propósito. Los humanos no fueron creados para hacerse felices los unos a los otros. Desde el momento en que llegamos a este mundo, estamos destinados únicamente a provocar dolor y miseria. La primera persona en cuya mente entré fue la de mi padre. Y en su corazón solo hallé asco y odio hacia mi persona. Mi madre murió al dar a luz. Y él me despreció por eso. Y pensaba que mi padre iba a matarme. Fue cuando desapareció mi futuro. Perdí también mi pasado. Cuando llegué, el pueblo estaba envuelto en llamas.
No further Metal Gears were dubbed into Spanish because this dubbing meant a 6-month delay in the release. Konami also knew that it would sell the same regardless of language. So that's tragic. That's the tragic economic explanation. Because it didn't translate into a difference in sales. That's...
Nunca llegué a aceptar la revolución del jefe.
devastatingly unfortunate.
Sus sueños de conquistar
Jesus.
el mundo no me interesan.
They couldn't take a 6-month hit to delay, and the profit motive was not there.
¡Monstruo!
Déjale hablar. Ya no le queda mucho tiempo.
The line readings are so fun. Some of them are, like, even I can tell they're excellent.
Tú eres como el jefe. No, tú eres peor.
Oh, peor.
Comparado a ti.
Comparado
Yo no soy
tan
tan
malo.
Leí también su mente.
¿A Meryl?
Tú estabas ahí. Ocupas un lugar importante en su corazón.
Lugar
lugar
importante. Oh, I'm doing the snake thing where I'm just saying the previous words with the question
Pero no
mark.
sé si vuestros futuros van de la mano. Una última voluntad.
¿Y cuál es?
Mi máscara. Colócamela.
Ok.
Okay.
Así, los pensamientos de los demás se introducen en mi mente. Antes de morir, quiero estar a solas. Que me dejen solo en mi propio mundo. Ahora os abriré la puerta. Si queréis hallar vuestro futuro, cruzad el umbral. Es la primera vez que uso mi poder para ayudar a
So Meryl's Spanish voice actor, Ana Maria Camps, was 19 years old. It was her first role. I suppose if you can understand the language, you might be able to hear a bit of
Vamos, Meryl.
amateurishness, but I am thankfully not hearing it.
Meryl.
Ignorance is bliss.
¿Cómo pude dejar que Mantis controlase mi mente?
Si vas a dudar de ti misma, te abandonaré aquí.
De acuerdo.
Nunca dudes de ti. Deja que te haga más fuerte. Aprende algo de ello.
Tienes razón. Lo siento. Ya no lo haré más. Snake, ¿puedo preguntarte algo?
¿Qué?
Sobre lo que dijo Mantis. Me estaba preguntando...
¿Qué? ¿Cuál es el problema?
No, nada. Dime, Snake. ¿Cómo te llamas? Tu verdadero nombre.
Un nombre no significa nada en la guerra.
¿Qué edad tienes?
La suficiente para saber cómo es la muerte.
¿Y familia?
No, fui criado por muchas personas.
¿Y hay alguien en tu vida?
Nunca me ha interesado la vida de nadie más.
O sea que estás solo. Como dijo Mantis.
Los demás solo me complican la vida.
There's the depth of field.
No
PS1
quiero
depth of
relacionarme.
field is coming in
Eres
through
un tipo
here.
triste, solitario.
Venga, vamos.
The object has to be like no more than 4 simulated feet away from the camera for it to kick in. The line readings at the end. Oh, conecte el mando en el porto de mando 1. Mondo. Why did they say it mondo here? I don't think that was the word they used in the dialogue. There we go. So it turns out I did have to put it back into port number 1. But anyways, the line readings at the end were very good. However, I still think for the very emotional speeches at the end of Psycho Mantis's death scene, the English is still gonna be my personal supreme. There have been a few lines where I actually preferred the Spanish one. A few lines so far. Let's see. I can think of Spanish Ocelot. As fun as English Ocelot is, Spanish Ocelot might have been more fun.
¿Podría haber lobos por aquí?
Perros
Also,
lobo,
Optico
mitad lobo, mitad husky.
Camouflage
¿Cómo es que
Optical
sabes tanto?
was
Yo
mentioned
llevo trineos, soy un
in
musher.
a line very early on in the game when the guards are spraying for rats. That makes a lot more sense than just saying stealth
Yo iré
in
delante.
English.
Snake, tú sígueme.
She just disappears, right? Yeah. I believe I have NVGs in here somewhere. There. I'm wondering how well this effect is gonna come through in the PlayStation version, because on the PC version with your high-resolution anti-wobbling graphics, I don't think you need the NVGs as much as we will here. The Ocelot and Donald Anderson actors are the same? Wow, really? Javier Melibia died in 2017. Okay, the better lighting on the models made that wolf look a lot cooler. He was covered in black. And when... Yeah! So the lighting on the models is also something I would love to see in a higher resolution, but not now, not for this first run. Maybe I'll play this in extreme mode later. Maybe I should play the Japanese mode later. Let's use stun grenades, because I believe there's an important Meryl box trick I want to be using later on. Oh yeah, let me actually go straight to Meryl and get peed on first before trying to hunt around for items. Or should I? The items are like... Oh, there's an angry dog there. Let's go to Meryl first. So Donald Anderson and Ocelot were the same voice actor, playing the role of the hostage and the hostage taker
Snake,
side by
¿qué ha
side.
pasado? Creía que eras
That's
bueno con los
adorable.
perros.
Okay, so now I punch Meryl and put a box on. Oh, the PC version had a bad camera angle for this sequence and you could not tell what was going on. The Easter egg was still there, but the
¿En qué
visual
estás
language
pensando?
was not coming through. So I believe I will have a much easier time exploring the cave to get the items now that my box is stinky. Mission accomplished. Good job. The president's been rescued, Snake, and your box is stinky. I believe those are the only items of import in here. I did not get lost in the caves this time, but maybe that's more out of memorization than anything else. I was wondering, considering my ease, if they were a little easier to navigate in the PlayStation version, but I think the dog AI is different. Like, I don't remember seeing this, like, cute, adorable dog family in all my runs. I remember seeing one little puppy, and the camera angle gets really weird and has a hard time conveying what's going on if you do the box peeing trick. Here, there were, like, 2 adorable puppies and 1 adult dog. And there were 2 camera angles showing the dog pee on the box. I'm just happy to be alive. That's all I'm feeling. Oh, I could just use thermal goggles to skip this.
Tú ve detrás, ¿ok?
Pero el radar no funciona. Y tampoco podemos usar el detector de minas.
Yo me encargo.
He just said that, I think. Puedo mi usar el detector de minas. Something like that. The PC version still has the doggo family. I don't know. Am I gonna have to dig through the archival footage and check?
¿Qué te ha parecido? No está mal, ¿eh?
¿Cómo has sabido dónde estaban las minas?
Es extraño, pero cuando Mantis entró en mi mente, yo podía ver dónde estaban colocadas las minas. ¿Impresionado?
Bueno, un poquito.
¿Un poquito?
Analog stick dead zone sensitivity still feels a bit like an issue. I wonder if D-pad is better.
Meryl,
¿Qué ocurre?
The Jaws cello.
agáchate. Meryl.
The controller rumbles when she gets hit. and when she misses too.
Déjame y escapa.
Meryl.
Tenías razón. Soy una novata.
Tranquila, Meryl. Me quieren a mí.
Ya lo sabía. Es el truco más viejo que existe. El francotirador me usa como cebo para hacerte salir.
Mierda.
¡Mátame,
Mierda.
Snake!
No.
¡La pistola! ¡Yo no puedo alcanzarla!
Quieta ahí.
Te prometo que no seré un estorbo. Yo puedo ayudar. Quiero ayudarte.
No te muevas, ahorra energías.
¡Qué idiota! Quería ser un soldado. Y la guerra es fea. No hay nada glamoroso en ella. Snake, por favor, sálvate tú.
This is coming through.
Sigue viviendo y no pierdas la
I don't
esperanza.
gotta know these words to know what she's saying.
No me olvides.
And how annoying it is to get a cell phone call right now. His notifications are
Lárgate de
dinging.
aquí.
Meryl. Mierda. Snake, es una trampa. Un truco de francotirador para hacerle salir. Está esperando que acuda a ayudar a Meryl para dispararle. ¡No lo haga!
Debe ser Sniper Wolf, la mejor tiradora de Foxhound.
Sniper suele trabajar en pareja, pero ahora está sola.
La conozco. Puede esperar horas, días o semanas. A ella le da igual. Se limita a observar y esperar a que uno salga del escondrijo.
Puede ser, pero Meryl no aguantará tanto tiempo.
Snake, ¿puedes ver a Wolf desde donde estás?
No hay donde esconderse entre este lugar y la torre. Creo que debe estar en el segundo piso de la torre. Si Wolf está en la torre de comunicaciones, puede verle perfectamente. Es una posición perfecta. Desde aquí tampoco podrá alcanzarla con un arma convencional. Necesita un rifle con mira telescópica. Coronel, tranquilo.
Tranquilo. Oh.
Le aseguro que voy a
Oh,
salvar
you
a
can
Meryl
hear
como
it.
sea.
He sounds more panicking than in the
Ok.
English version.
Gracias.
Yeah, that heavy breathing. I don't think
¿Qué ocurre, Naomi?
English
Nada.
Campbell does it during
Estoy
that scene.
sorprendida de que estés dispuesto a sacrificarte. Tienes los genes de un soldado, no de un salvador.
¿Estás intentando decir que solo me interesa salvar el pellejo?
Yo no diría tanto. Sin embargo,
No sé qué maldito aspecto tienen mis genes y no me importa. Funciono por instinto.
¿como un animal?
Voy a salvar a Meryl. No necesito ninguna excusa.
Ok.
Tampoco lo hago por ninguna otra persona. Voy a rescatar a Meryl por mí mismo. Coronel, no se preocupe.
He's doing it
Gracias,
for me
Snake.
mismo.
Lo entiendo. Lo siento.
Okay, so are there still mines? Yes, they are. I think I can just clockwise my way past them and go. Okay, yeah, now we get to talk about consuming new commercials for our favorite products, right? Today, a whole bunch of previews for Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta, the fancy pants big budget remake. Released after some of them leaked out a couple days early over the weekend. And it's quite interesting to see. Whoa! No está nada mal. No está nada mal. Nothing bad. Nothing bad. Something like that. No está nada mal. $100 from Trig the Discovery. I was just about to start shamelessly. It's not bad at all. That's what that literally means. But did you? I got it. I got it. What did I think it meant? Nothing bad at all. And it's not bad at all. Are they talking about the voice acting? Because I hope so. Or are they talking about the remake? It was Trig the Discovery. Yeah, Trig. Are you in chat at the moment? I don't see a recent message from Trig. Oh god, I gotta put my box on. I might get eaten. There we go. Yeah, so... Wait, hold on. Look at what happens to my webcam when I put on the night vision goggles. Anywho, I, did not read the previews for myself. This is a policy I've stuck to for multiple decades at this point, I want to say. Ever since I was a teenager. I felt like when I was 16 going on 17 years old, I felt like I discovered some grand coming-of-age revelation when noticing that I'd never really read a negative preview in most of my life. It's very rare that previews of a upcoming video game, especially a highly anticipated one, will ever have an overwhelmingly negative impression of their demo experience. when you're writing a preview, there's a lot of access journalism psychology going on, as well as a just plain small enough window of playtime that you're getting from a quick demo session to be able to make any kind of intensely critical judgments at all. Most of the angry gamers are going to focus on the first point of the access journalism pressure going on, which is absolutely a thing, but so is the sheer simple time economics. I believe that video games take such a long time to play through, and then an exponentially further time to fully digest and put into context, and make every little part of it that you're taking notes on as you go through your review come out in a way that is visibly coherent to the whole of the rest of the experience, that it can flat out take up a whole entire couple years for good game criticism to actually start appearing after the launch of a new video game. When I was a teenager, I noticed that I was so hyped up for games like BioShock 2007. Another one was Grand Theft Auto 4, 2008. The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess in 2006. Very, very highly anticipated sequels that I don't think are super well regarded as the peak of the series now, but sure did feel like it for the first few weeks after launch because of overwhelmingly positive preview coverage. What am I think I'm good enough at this game that I don't have to go sweeping for items. I don't have a level 5 card. When do I get a level 6 card? When I get a level 6 card, I'm gonna wanna go downstairs. Preview coverage leans positive by the nature of the borderline non-existence at this point video game industry, but always pretty comically extant video game journalism business. Good game criticism tends to take a year or two to come out, and good game journalism is something that seems to have, I only want to say might have existed for about 10 or 15 years out of the whole span of the amount of time video games have been around. And it was in the 20-teens when journalists finally started having the legal apparatus and precedent giving them the courage to cover employee abuses, of which I did a little bit myself. Did I not contribute to that window where good game journalism existed for a few years in the 2010s? Since then, a shitload of layoffs have occurred. Jason Schreier is maybe like one of 18, less than 20, more than 10 real serious video game journalists who are ready to report on industry abuses that still exist. The coverage for the Delta remake would lean positive by nature of those biases. Furthermore, it's somewhat depressing that even if it's a good remake, the goal for fans going into this remake is going to be tuned towards familiarity, tradition, conservatism. I'll just use that word, conservatism. Metal Gear Solid 3 fans who are going to be looking forward to this remake are going to be leaning conservative towards it. We don't want things to get screwed around. We have such little faith in the game industry. We've been burned so many times over so many years that there is no longer any trust in Konami and the current team that's left behind at the Metal Gear studio to do anything other than a faithful, one-to-one, uncreative, creatively conservative remake as opposed to a remaster or reimagining. The previewers have some interesting sensibilities coming from a younger age that might not consider it as sacred a game as the older ones do, and have occasional little comments that I highly doubt anyone's really going to give a shit about in the long term, about how they might rather prefer it to be an open world game closer to Metal Gear Solid 5. Now, with full disclaimer, I haven't even actually read this stuff, and I don't want to. Reading previews skews your expectations out of out of line for the real thing. And I felt like when I was a teenager learning this lesson with games from circa 2006 to 2008, it was overhyping a few of the games beyond whatever they could reasonably deliver, in which case it was Twilight Princess. A good Zelda game, not the best, but the hype cycle leading up to it for Teenage George had me thinking that it was the second coming of Ocarina of Time, and with adult perspective, that's a ridiculously childish statement to even be making at all, but it sure did make playing the game less fun than it could have been if I was more prepared to accept it on its own merits. When it comes to Grand Theft Auto 4, I was really let down that it wasn't wacky and silly like the previous game. In the... Hold that thought. Ah! No, I wanted to move and shoot, not crouch and get up and waste time. Am I okay? I'm okay. Where was that thought? Yes, there are some games that are more easy to appreciate retroactively, more for what they're trying to do, than to actually... Jeez, that was loud. Then sit down and actually play all the way through them for 40 goddamn hours of your life that you should be spending with some kind of shorter, more digestible entertainment. GTA 4 is a massive open-world game, but with modern retrospect, it's an overly long game that it's gonna take way too long to get through nowadays. But there's, like, artistically bold things going on in that one that I was not able to appreciate because of feeling like, the amount of investment I was looped in this marketing, this commercialism marketing pre-release hype cycle was ruining the intentions of what the game was really artistically after as well. I had some interesting conversations in the Super Bunny Hop fan Discord, which you can join by donating just $5 to the Super Bunny Hop Patreon if you would like to at the moment, for no reason in particular. It sure would feel nice to see more new internet buddies come in and be good emotional support friends during this trying time. I had an interesting discussion about Tunic in the Super Bunny Hop fan Discord. Tunic is a game that kind of sort of markets itself as being a Zelda clone, but apparently that's not actually the idea. I've been thinking of it the wrong way this whole entire time, because too much of our discourse is determined by marketers with a vested financial interest into manipulating what can very well be the artistic intention of the game developers. I don't want to read previews of Delta. I don't even want to pay attention to Delta when it first comes out, because, as I hope you all have learned by now, after 15 goddamn years of me doing this, on PC especially, the game's gonna be buggy and unoptimized. I will call it right now. This is an Unreal Engine 5 game by a Japanese developer that was previously uninterested in good PC ports for only a very small window of working with a completely different engine that is now associated with so much dirty laundry and painful baggage that you cannot reasonably expect anything other than a very glitchy, buggy, unoptimized launch for the PC version, at least for this game during its first couple weeks. Therefore, this is a perfectly logical way to navigate the situation. Therefore, I find it much more reasonable and comfortable to try and consciously black out media coverage of highly anticipated games during the first few weeks. There's a subreddit for this stuff called Patient Gamers, but, I mean, it might sound like, God, will it even to this audience I'm talking to now? I tried to explain myself to this last time I've ever tried to explain anything with some sort of emotional conviction on Twitter, was when I was trying to explain why it's a better idea to wait around a bit for big complicated AAA games on the launch window. It is an objectively superior experience to wait around with. That's the way to go. I should have taken the downstairs route, but now I know better. Anyways, I'm gonna go into the tank hangar, tank the elevator down to the basement, then get back up to the trunk again, and no I'm not. I determined during one of these runs it's actually faster to blitz through the snowfield. Yeah, I will not... If I am participating, you're allowed to criticize me, if I end up participating in the pre-release marketing hype by way of playing the role of an access journalist who is going to be leaning positive beforehand, then please call me out for it, because honestly, that is where the current prisoner's dilemma logical solution lies, is to lean positive for the sake of your own sanity. It does not feel good when a game is coming out. I'm sure if you're like, it's still a teenager mindset, it might feel good to just criticize and be angrier all the time. As an exhausted adult whose mother is dying and whose condo tower is dying from Airbnb corruption, who has like these problems of intense emotional distress associated with very important aspects of your real life far beyond the realm of childish video games made for teenagers, it does not feel good to be nihilistic and looking forward to the bad things. I want to reiterate, I'm definitely not suicidal. I'm looking forward to the next 5 years, one of which is going to include playing a remake I'm looking forward to playing maybe 3 to 6 to 9 months after launch. That is something I have to look forward to. It sure would suck if someone hired a hitman and whacked me before then, wouldn't it, fellow gamers? I will not be playing it as soon as it comes out. I will not be engaging with... Will I be? If I end up engaging in the discourse before then, you're allowed to criticize me for it. I am of the opinion that until a game comes out, you cannot really honestly criticize the content of the experience itself. You're free, absolutely free, to criticize the state of the industry and the economic incentives and other teleological things that don't have to do with the quality of the gameplay before launch. If employees are getting abused, if technology is getting misused, if financial incentives are tuned in a place where customers are going, I pushed the wrong button again. If the financial incentives are tuned in a place that deserves criticism, sure, but you're gonna know nothing about the artists, what the artist's intended experience is in the deepest, darkest recesses of their artistic soul for maybe a good year or two after launch. Up until that point, your expectations, whether you like it or not, whether you even know you're doing it or not, are going to be so influenced by toxic social media discourse and corrupt, destructive financial incentives that it's ultimately just not worth it to even participate. You will have more fun if you don't. I'm saying that from many years, over a decade of experience. You will have more fun playing video games if you do not associate with and talk with gamers and pay a significant amount of attention to game media made for gamers. It will make you hate things that you should love. It will make you hate the kind of people you should be getting along with. And it will also throw your expectations for being able to consume the art into a bad place that is not the place that the artists want you to be experiencing it in. In the case of Grand Theft Auto 4, the true way to play that game didn't even exist until maybe 4 years after launch, and it was by doing a chronological playthrough where you skip from Grand Theft Auto 4 to the DLCs as the really, really complicated wannabe Martin Scorsese crime drama plays out one character at a time. You get to see the progenitor for Grand Theft Auto 5's multiple protagonists. It clears out a lot of things that are very strange and wonky about Nico's basic story. That is a game that would have been better left ignored until several years after launch. In the case of MGS3 Delta, I expect there to be mods. I expect there to be mods, at the very least, that it will not feel like the way it's meant to be played, I bet, in that game's case, until you have a few weeks of performance optimization patches coming in, and then some fan-made mods from the community who are going to be able to polish the experience up further than what the incentives are going to be in place for the developers to do by themselves, and within the confines of the industry and all the associated crunch times and employee abuses and unwieldy engines that they have to work with under proprietary software that has to go through various phases of quality assurance and troubleshooting and customer support that the fan modders will not. There is more harmony between fan modders and developers than I think most gamers give them credit for. New Vegas was a treat because you had the developers themselves make their own unofficial patches and gameplay tweaks and balances through through some under-the-table modding, as opposed to just how much more longer and bureaucratically of a process a little gameplay tweaking can be in when you have to clock yourself into work every day to do it. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 3 Delta. I don't want to play it until there is a technologically polished and coherent come on. Until there is more of a technologically polished and coherent experience than what I quite reasonably feel cannot be expected during that launch window. This is based on 30 plus years of observed patterns. It's always been like this. It still boggles my mind that some Twitter gamers over a year ago got really, really angry hearing this kind of opinion. This is funny. What a funny game. Okay, Jose Melinias is coming out. I gotta go now. It's been a pleasure, guys. I'm on Twitter, Jose Melinias. If you want to keep talking about MGS, thanks. I will do that right now. Alright, let's see if I can play Metal Gear Solid and beg for tips. Let's see if I can play for Metal Gear Solid in Spanish while begging for tips. Don't be intimidated by Trig the Discovery's $100. I'm in the kind of situation where massive amounts of tax debt gotta get paid off fast because my mom needs to move out of town fast, and I was paying more money than I had available to pay the whole balance off in April because it was going towards rental cars and stuff. Jose Melinias is getting a follow. Continue. I was looking at too many windows at the same time. I was doing too much at the same time just then. Let's see if we can play Metal Gear Solid in Spanish while begging for tips while telling gamers to have better consumerism habits. I plan to buy Arco by my next paycheck, thanks to George, too. Careful with that Roller 42. I want to encourage maybe a closer read of the longer-term gameplay footage that I was creating with that one. Come on, move, let's go! Oh boy. I remember having trouble with this in the PC version. Is this going to be any easier at all without the perma first-person mode?
¿Quiere un PSG-1? Puede utilizarlo contra Sniper Wolf.
PSG-1? The way he said that was interesting. I wish I paid attention to the other words. How do you do it? What did I do wrong? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have been crawling? You know what? Let's game over. Let's do that again. This is a fun... Porky! I'm gonna use this game over as a quick bathroom break. Be right back.
Snake, ¿qué ha pasado? Snake. Snake.
Hello. I'm back. Alright, let's press the continue button. I just sit down in time to see I relax tonight by making clown pants. So, yeah, Arco,
Someone's planning on buying Arco, and maybe I should encourage them, because, you know, we should want shorter games with worse graphics made by less people who are paid more to work less, and we shouldn't be kidding about that. But you know what? Okay, I'll be playing Arco again in a couple days. I was looking for another struggling indie game. I'll give... I did not see where the story was going, but I want to support games like Arco while still maybe not throwing people's expectations in too high of a place. Because that actually might have been another example of this arc repeating itself on a smaller scale, where I got overhyped from coverage that was happening on the very first day that game came out, before there was more time for more retrospective and sober critiques later that can only come with time. Dun dun. Okay, so getting the rifle with the crawl works. It's getting back it's more of a problem. Hey! Yes, okay, I see. Ice Cream V is subbing, and that's honestly still something that contributes. I don't quite know how they turn that into cents, but there is some way that even the bits and the subs still turn into money at the end of the month somehow. So, okay. I think I can walk through the first laser. Let me get a little bit closer away. No, I think his right arm might have intersected had I stuck to that. Ha! Oh no. How do I get out of here now? Stand. Oh boy, I'm afraid to release the stick. This feels like a funny comedy puzzle. Yeah! Okay, very, very fancy analog stick movement, but I think I did discover a pretty foolproof method that does not require twitch timing. It just requires a bit of a lateral think about the movement system. Before I go on my next big topic about the remake and why I think it might take some time for good criticism of it to come out, I want to catch up with chat. But before I do that, I need to verbally state, for the sake of short-term memory, what that topic's going to be. And that is people given a good rethink, hopefully, about what gamers are talking about when they complain about clunky controls and clunky camera systems. Because we just had some clunky controls that I realize after the fact, now that I've figured out this little miniature obstacle course, this is a navigational puzzle disguised as natural clutter items in the environment. And that actually is good game design, and no one might have noticed it this whole time. There's always been a lot of frustration coming in and out of this laser trap, and it's a short-term frustration that doesn't even matter in the long term. I just said something very redundant off the cuff. I've always had a hard time getting through this thing, but now I think I have it figured out by way of some analog stick movements that make perfect sense with the retrospect now that I've got it figured out with. Hey! $5 from Ice Cream V. Hopefully if my big art sale in November goes well, I have more spent. Don't worry about it at all, and thank you for the $5, my friend. It will absolutely come in handy in literally one day. Eddie has a follow-up vet appointment at the end of the week. I have a tax bill to pay as soon as humanly possible. And I also have probably about $200 out of $300 raised for a rental car to go see Mom! We got $50 from Z Smith. Okay, I'm only $50 away from that there. Welcome to Give Money to George Monday, a day where we give money to George. Gracias, muchos gracias, amigo. Esta el Give Dinero para Jorge Day. Okay, yes, this is an analog stick movement puzzle. There's certainly a better word to describe it if I was sitting down with my gamer thesaurus in front. You crawl diagonally to the upper right in one clear span to get the rifle, but coming back is going to have Snake's foot cross over one of these wires if you do the same method, because now that you're over on the other side, there's an actually pretty funny problem. This is right up Kojima's alley in terms of setting you up with weird, funny, humorous puzzles. In this case, the puzzle is that you can crawl behind the lasers to get the rifle. Woo! But once you've contorted your body like a mime or an escape artist who's suddenly stuck in a pose that worms or a cave climber, like you were now wormed into a pose that you wanted to get in, you wanted to climb into this cave, but now you got to think about how to get out, and you never thought on your way in that that would be the real problem. That is funny. That is a joke. So the way you get out of here is you slowly and carefully stand instead of crawling through this first layer of lasers. Like so. Then carefully position yourself to get back into a diagonal crawl where you are pointed in a similar direction to the way you came in. You then, if I recalled this correctly, let me move him a little bit more to the right. There we go. And then line it up in first-person mode instead. This is going to be weird for a modern gamer to do who's used to third-person camera controls, but would have come naturally to a 90s gamer who would be more used to stopping their character in place and trading a moment of vulnerability to gain precision instead. You gain much more precision from where Snake is pointed in your first-person mode than you do in the third-person mode, and that would have come more naturally to the gamers of the time who were more used to this style of controls. So, I could risk him going lower left, but I think that's a problem I've encountered before, where his feet are going to trip the laser wire to his upper right. So instead, in fact, come to think of it, it might have even been unnecessary to point him this way, but this is how you would align some dialogue movement through the lasers in the first place. It might have been unnecessary for me to get Snake pointed to the lower left like this, because I see that his feet would cross with the laser to the upper right. Perhaps. That's a gamble I'm making. I think that's a mistake I made before one death ago when I continued. What I'm actually going to try instead is just pushing down on the analog stick to get him crawling into the overturned barrel down here. This barrel on his side will get him standing up, and then all of a sudden you have to start thinking very nervously. It's funny. This is a joke puzzle. You get him down crawling towards this barrel, and once he's pressed up against the barrel, there's another panicked moment of like, oh god, I didn't actually think this all the way through, did I? Yeah, so if you crawl again, you will now trip a laser. If you stand up and let go of the controller, you will trip a laser. Your fingers have to keep this thing held down. You feel, just like with Snake, that you are stuck in an uncomfortable pose that you have to think about ahead of time before contorting your body back out. So with the stick held down, I think there are two options available, and that is to sidle to camera left, Snake right, and get him turning on the wall to exit to the south by taking a right. Or, if I will readjust the controls, okay, and confirm that the controls are Snake relative, not camera relative at the moment, I can tilt the stick while still holding it down towards the left and worm him out without a crawl. There we go. That is a foolproof method that requires thought instead of twitchiness that has gotten me out of this trap that's been a problem this whole entire time. Every single time I've played Metal Gear Monday. Okay, I'm also now seeing there's not enough room for him to squeeze into the wall to the right. So, going Snake left, camera right to get out of there is not the solution. It seems like there is one and only optimal solution to that puzzle, and it requires you to rethink the way cameras and controls and a shared bodily to player controller to character experience works. On my way out of here without using the radar, I'm going to be listening for guard footsteps. This is so cool. This is such a cool way to play this game. I'm going to be listening to guard footsteps instead of using the radar. That means I can tell that there's a guard who's he's coming south to me right now. Now he's at the joint between these two. little miniature rooms, and now that I'm inside this room, I'm wondering if they're giving me... Okay, no, now he's in front of the door. I might want to peek. He should be... Yeah, right there. Now's my time to get out of here. Yeah! And check the corner before I go. We're clear. Let me get a little bit more wiggle room in here. Move from hidey hole to hidey hole. And listen again. He sounds close, but he might not be as... Whoa, close as he sounds, but I did expose myself over that wall too far. Also, I want to point out that another very basic controller function I missed up until getting Metal Gear Monday going was the first person peeking. I'm gonna go in the ocelot hole just for the checkpoint. Nah, I'm gonna raid this room first. Maybe I should raid a couple rooms. I still have this guard placement tracked pretty well by ear. No, I don't! I misinterpreted audio cues just then. Okay, I wanted to catch up on chat, but I ended up catching up on that thought about camera systems and controller schemes, and the cameras and controls sometimes changing slightly to make you rethink navigational challenges. Of which I don't believe we have any in this room. I believe I can safely crawl for these items just fine. Yeah, Roller42 just said it. Insane how these games have been using audio cues to guide you through for over 30 years, and it is sad that such fun game design got phased out for hovering markers. In an ironic way, it was already happening in Metal Gear Solid 1 with the radar. Okay, I opened the door and heard footsteps, and that gave me a panic. I didn't even see the guard, I don't even know if he was there, but when you don't have a radar, you gotta pay attention to stuff like that and play more conservatively and use a bit more of a sense of self-awareness to know whether or not it's clear to go. Dun dun So when I'm inside these little rooms, I can hear the guards patrolling outside them. I don't need the radar. I know that there's a guy to the upper... This is the cool thing. I don't know that there's a guy to the upper left. I want to ping it at like 70% chance. Uh-oh. Gotta keep Snake staying still here. There we go. Okay, he must be going west. Let me check with my ears if there's anyone east. Don't know for sure. Don't know for sure. There's real... Shit. The east guard. Yeah, there's real tension here. Way more tension. And there is enough cues, audio-visual cues, and controller functions to actually play the game like this. Actually, come to think of it, maybe I should do a run of Metal Gear Solid 2 with no radar, because you have more advanced peeking controls on that one. Look at that! Look at that! No alerts, no kills. I think I hit up every single item cache in the armory, with the exception of the middle center top room and the things that are hidden behind the ocelot hole. I think there's a couple new items Oh, come on. Shouldn't have even risked it. Let's just game over and restart.
Snake! Protect the snake! The snake!
Looking at Twitch chat here. Okay, last time I caught up on Twitch chat, we were still talking about Arco. Should I risk grabbing this guard and knocking him out? Tum, 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 tum.
Snake, respóndame. Snake. Snake.
I buy indie games without knowing if I'll play them anyway. I like to encourage anything that looks interesting. Maybe that is the proper way to consume indie games, because they depend on your short tail sales significantly more than the more fancier games will, the dependies. Which, even then, the whole industry is basically in hot water. But one thing I think is at least a little bit reassuring is that dirt cheap game development is still a viable option. A lot of quirky, cute little indie games are suffering more than they used to, and any big AAA single-player game is suffering an unprecedented amount of market consolidation and compression, and regularly expected flops and/or controversies. Apparently the gamers are mad right now about something called Concord, and I don't even know what that is and don't really care. I've taken 2 glances at the game and the discourse surrounding the game to determine that both are not for me. However, it's almost weirdly feeling like nowadays the most inspiring stories in game development hell come from extremely cheap one-man passion projects whose viral audience spiral out of control. And that is nothing reliable about that, nothing predictable about that, but sustainable? Maybe. God damn it. Because when you look at the long-term history of video games as a whole, the game industry began with individuals on 80s computers making best-selling Atari games all by themselves, more or less. And maybe it makes sense to some extent then for the large-scale game industry as we have known it for most our lives to compress back into a similar place as its origins, where the most inspiring and entertaining and well-remembered projects will be things made by one guy with one artist friend and a vision. I recall Vampire Survivors being a similar story last year. I'm so out of the loop I wasn't even playing it myself, but it keeps happening. These like ridiculously successful one-man projects is like a yearly event for the 2010s and the 2020s, and was more or less how the industry operated for the 80s and some very small tail of the early 90s. But one thing that the modern gamers are never really gonna know what it's like to have again are games like Metal Gear Solid. The first one right here that we're playing right now, where a big AAA publisher at the very cutting edge of what game engine technology looked like and what game production values looked like was able to do something that was, by the standards of its time, weird and experimental and ambitious and bold, and took risks and got weird with the controls and had a completely different control scheme that you had to relearn compared to every other game you had played that year thus far. Okay, so that was the train of thought that triggered from Z Smith saying I buy indie games without knowing if I'll play them anyway. I like to encourage anything that looks interesting. Me too! That's why I don't want to discourage people from buying Arco, even though I'm afraid that for the first 4 hours I might have only been merely whelmed. It certainly seemed like one of the artistically inspired indie pixel art games with left-leaning sensibilities, but the long and short of my criticism of Arco is that it markets itself as an anti-colonial game where you still spend a lot of gameplay time invading your enemy's territory and taking their treasure. It tries to guilt-trip you about killing human NPCs who are depicted in the story as absolute villainous pieces of shit who deserve it, no questions asked, and also act like that in gameplay with no sense of self-preservation or, fear. They definitely don't act like their dying mothers and adorable little dogs depend on them. They don't surrender. They don't, run away. They don't give up. They fight to the death over incredibly stupid little minor stakes, and that is something that I would have hoped not to encounter in a game that might be marketing itself with different sensibilities than what the artists were really going after. Maybe we'll find out in a year or so, or maybe I'll find out in the second half of Arco when I play that on Free Stream Friday. Oh no. Trig the Discovery made a struggling indie game about depression. That means it's probably not appropriate for the sad shit hitting the fan stream. So many games are about depression because making a game is cheaper than going to therapy. Can stun grenades be utilized down here? Still don't have the level 6 card, so I think there's no use going back to Otacon. Errant Signal does the throwing some attention to indie games better than Bunny Hop. Gotta work on that. I used to, back in the good old days, I used to have a regular routine where I would do a games from my inbox video where I would cover games who I only ever saw in my inbox. And a couple of them actually got big later on that might have been due to the exposure. So these days I've got, this year rather, I have all the associated real-life crises that I have been fairly open and candid about. Plus the fact that my gaming computer exploded last summer. The PSU overheated, and I actually heard, like, popcorn noises and saw a big spark shoot out of the back of the computer, and the whole... Uh-oh. Oh, good. Phew. And the whole power to the whole room turned off, and I had to switch it off at the breaker. I thought that only happened in The Sims. Apparently that can happen in real life. But yeah, I never got around to fixing my big fancy gamer computer, because I just never really felt the temptation, because I've been reading books and getting into poetry and learning how to sing and singing cute, beautiful songs to my dying mother instead. She has an inbox full of MP3 files that she doesn't know how to open, but whenever I get down there and help her with the computer and get a VLC media player playlist set up with big, obvious yellow icon she can click on, she's gonna definitely be making the best of her last year. Woo! So here is a fun... Where am I going? I'm going to B1. Here is a fun fact about VLC Player that I bet you didn't know. VLC Player is great to install on your grandma's computer and then set icon size to big, because if grandma's losing her vision, she's not gonna miss the giant yellow triangle icons on the desktop. Yeah, replace your grandma's media player on her computer with VLC as soon as possible, because the icons are unironically easier for old people to click on. I'm sure VLC Player never had that in mind in terms of why it's so much better than whatever your computer comes with by default, but there's another reason to swap everything your computer comes installed with VLC instead. It's more grandma-friendly. Okay, so... we are talking about indie game coverage and some dilemmas associated with that. The redundancy, department redundant. My job pays way too much for how useful it is to society. Might as well give something back. That's a funny dilemma that I believe I have felt mental distress over as well. Should I go back in the little diazepam nook and get Snake some more diazepam before the sniper rifle drug battle? Yeah, my channel was making me the most money when I was doing the least useful videos for society. Right, yeah, when I was doing even the real serious journalism in 2015, the sponsorship deals were not as lucrative as the Adam and Eve stuff that came later. Funny how that works. The more useless your job is, the more money it tends to pay. Lunes de darle dinero a Jorge con plata o plomo y Metal Gear Solid. Okay, so Mondays of Darly money for George to Plato o plomo. Plato y plomo. Let me pause the game. Actually, let me get some Spanish going while I Google what plato o plomo means.
Sniper Wolf es la mejor tiradora de Foxhound. Todo el mundo sabe que la mujer es más paciente que el hombre. Pero Sniper Wolf puede estar una semana sin dormir ni comer.
Silver
Nunca pierde
or
de vista el
lead?
objetivo. Y además de eso toma diazepam, por lo que nunca le tiemblan las
Monday
manos.
of giving money to George with silver or lead in Metal Gear Solid. I suppose this is a metallurgy and coinage joke. The FAMAS room actually gives you a hidden tutorial of these lasers before you come to this room and see the lasers made harder by all the room clutter. That's just good game design. Bum 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 bum. Let's see if my pie slicing strategy will work here. Okay, she's moving. Time to move myself. So I'm exposing X para... Oh. Oh, he's not zooming in because there's a wall in the way. Does that happen in the PC version? Okay, let me get a pie slice that she will have to walk into later. Now, either the D-pad or the... There we go, there we go. Eventually she'll have to intersect my sight lines here. And I'll take diazepam. I think D-pad is slower. Oh god, I need to figure it out fast here. Wait, I have 6 diazepams, I'll be fine. Yeah, I think D-pad is for fine-tuning. An analog stick is for faster motions. Are you kidding me? Are you for real? Oh, should I just hide behind? Am I going to be able to scope her fast enough here? Yes, apparently. Neato. This is that scene in Star Wars where Qui-Gon is about to fight Darth Maul, but there's a force field. I did not like this boss battle for 15 years or so, and now I think it's actually kind of great. Sniper Wolf walked so that the end could run. This is a very interesting, creative, bold, unconventional boss battle where you gotta use patience and geometry to win. I used to... From growing up on the PC version, I thought it was a matter of just pointing and clicking on bad guy, but there is an interesting rhythm going on here now that is visualizable in terms of pie slices that for some reason I was not noticing before, and now I'm out of ammo. Oh. And now I'm out of ammo, and that was an interesting problem for a few seconds until I realized there was ammo right at my feet. So I have to move when she doesn't move, and when I move I have to take aim over a slice of pie that she is not currently taking aim over, and then patiently wait. Fight the patience more than the bad guy. I have to patiently wait for her to intersect my sight lines of whatever pie slice I choose to get sniffing. Okay, so when she moves to camera right, wolf left, I'll take a pie slice that will be aiming at that middle pillar she's hiding behind now. There. And this is one of the rare cases where getting a feel for the timing and precision of the crawling controls, there we go, is important. And even then, when you're crawling into place after beating your battle with patience, there's still a few intense moments of precision aiming that will wreck your whole strategy if you're not... That was fishy. If you're not fast and precise about it on a frame-by-frame basis once you finally are in position. So, once you're in position, it seems like running out of ammo is my worst enemy, and that was not how the rhythm of this boss battle worked before. Actually, I think I can go ahead and take my pie slice here. I'm too exposed, I think. Oh, I think she's pillar? Yeah. Also, paying attention between the analog sensitivity versus the D-pad sensitivity is something that was never coming through the first few runs of the PC game either, because the way it interprets analog's dead zone data was just broken for like 10 years until the fans patched it in. Kojima said, put some lasers and shit in that room to make it uncomfortable to crawl around. The level designer making the snappy puzzle and being an unsung hero of the story.
¿Qué está pasando?
No estoy segura. Algo me huele
How
mal.
dare you imply any part of this game isn't the divine will of Hideo de Kojima? Oh, yes, Meryl, good idea, actually. Oh no. I have carpal tunnel pain, and I'm gonna have to do the torture minigame. Hideo Kojima is gonna set my recovery process back by another month. Speaking of audio cues, did you guys know that in Thief you can crouch sideways to a door and press Q or E to lean into it and listen to the door? That is super cool. So I remember hearing the story about Kojima working with Legos, but I like the idea of Kojima being a lousy dude who... Oh, Sniper Wolf's voice actress. Anyways, let me actually get back to... I like the idea of Kojima being a lousy dude who enjoys playing with Legos. I don't think I can talk and listen to this woman at the same time. Having Anne level designer Paolo did all the heavy lifting. Everyone sounds so sexy in Spanish.
Moriré tras matarte.
Bueno, al menos tienes agallas. Soy Sniper Wolf. Y siempre doy en el blanco.
And I think of nothing else. My mind is blank of nothing else. My prey, my special prey. Oh, what was this? Token Flip Guy. What do you think of the dub so far? I think it's excellent. I am once again, all of a sudden, thrown aback at how good sexy Spanish Sniper Wolf is. I think last time I was this impressed by the voice actor was Ocelot. That is... Controller's rumbling, controller's rumbling. Real good voice acting for Sniper Wolf. I think the guards are maybe the weakest link so far. Okay, this is Spanish Liquid. He sounds pretty goofy. George, play... After some talk about going to actual ClownCon 2024, George, play some Snake Tales in MGS2 sometime. There's different guards, no radar, and no tranquilizer.
¿No sabes quién soy yo? Siempre supe que un día u otro te encontraría. El hombre que me robó lo que me pertenecía.
Middle market and indies will keep the industry going once the stage of diminishing returns and the AAA market collapses under his own ambition. Agree, Roller42, and that's what I'm kind of looking forward to. When I have some spare time to talk, I want to talk about some of the sad financial incentives and creative limits that really are facing the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake in a way that...
Después de 30 largos años, finalmente nos encontramos. El hermano de la luz.
Hang on. Let's hold that thought. This is good stuff. This is good dub. He actually sounds like Snake's voice actor. Is it just me?
¿Necesita también su ADN?
Sí. Quiero una muestra mientras sigue vivo. Es para corregir las mutaciones de los soldados que nombra.
¿Entonces podremos curarlos?
No. Aún deberemos hacernos con el ADN de Big Boss.
But yeah, there's nothing reliable about the lower end of game development budgets other than that it is extant and it always will exist. The video game industry began with one guy on a Commodore, like one-man projects. And the bar for entry for making a successful world-changing video game has always, for most of game history, been at least that low. And it's hard to imagine it being that tier of game development going away permanently forever for the rest of human history. Ever. So long as computers are around. It seems reasonable to think that it would take one guy to get a computer to play a fancy version of chess on it, at bare minimum. Or Tetris, or Breakout. He's like out of breath, he's overacting. He's acting! And he does sound like Snake. Is it the same voice actor? They're supposed to be brothers. The characters talk about them having a resemblance, but look at this guy. He's like a blonde with long, bushy hair. Snake is a brunette with trimmed, clean cut hair. They don't look like each other at first glance. They definitely don't sound like each other in voice actors, but in Spanish, when they have some back and forth with each other, let's see if they play into it. And Sniper Wolf's voice actress is excellent. I had a hard time keeping myself from getting something about the Spanish language. Just being spoken in that kind of seductive, sexy sort of character way. Brings back a lot of good memories from my younger days. Anyways, it's a SUNY product, George. It's not worth the mental capacity. Middle market and indies will keep the industry going once the sage of diminishing returns and the AAA market collapses under its own ambition. Okay, that's the thought I'm going to hold for the end of the cutscene. Roller 42's message from something like half an hour ago is going to get a few minutes of navel gazing. Tortura? That's torture? That's a cute word for torture. Hasta luego, hermano! Ho ho! They like lean into some funny rhymes sometimes. They say things that flow in a way that works in Spanish that would not in English. Hasta luego, hermano. And Ocelot is so fun. Ocelot is so fun. Sniper Wolf is so fun.
Tirando. Me he echado una siestecita en esta asquerosa cama. Lástima que durmiese solo. Me alegra por ti. Es una buena cama, ¿no? Y te voy a mostrar algunas de sus características. ¿Dónde están mis cosas? Ah, tranquilo, están todas ahí. Washington se arriesgó bastante al enviarte aquí, ¿sabes? Alguien debe de
I don't know if I'll
confiar mucho en tus
commit to
capacidades.
mashing through the carpal tunnel pain. Let's see maybe what Otacon's ending is like in Spanish. If it hurts. If I'm able to do this with no pain, I'll try going for the Merrill ending, but I doubt it.
¿Por qué no le pides a Campbell que te lo cuente todo? ¿El coronel? Por cierto, obtuviste un disco óptico del presidente Baker, ¿no es así? ¿Y qué si lo hice? ¿Es el único disco? ¿No hay otros datos? ¿Qué quieres decir?
Datos and discos must be some kind of synonyms. Datos, data thing. There's only one disk, no other data medium storage device? Yeah, that doesn't work in English quite as well. Datos. I guess that's what datos means. And when I press this button here...
¿Qué truco encierran esas llaves? ¿Truco? Esa maldita rata de presidente dijo que hay algún truco para usar la llave. No tengo ni idea. Ya veo. No hay problema. Vamos a jugar a un juego, Snake. Y descubriremos qué tipo de hombre eres realmente. Cuando el dolor se haga insoportable, date por vencido y acabará tu sufrimiento. Pero si lo haces, la chica será para mí.
Middle market... Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, press B rapidly. Right. Oh, he said in Spanish. Did he actually say the B button in Spanish? That can't be right.
Voy a aplicarte en el cuerpo una corriente de alto voltaje. Si es solo durante un tiempo breve, no te matará.
So, if he just said B, button B, then did they re-record his lines for the Master Collection? That can't be. No way. There's no way they would have dug up the Spanish voice actor for Ocelot, Spanish Ocelot. It's already hard enough of an ask as it is to dig up the English language voice actors and get them to try their hardest to sound like they did 10 years before to re-record the lines with new button presses. But if they did that with Spanish, I would almost refuse to believe it. I must have misheard it, right? Or maybe he said button B for... Oh, I think I can do this. This is a funny noise. Last time, the carpal tunnel was bothering me a lot more than this time, which I guess means I'm slowly recovering. Yeah, let's go one more time. I think I got one more time in me. Then I'll save and start fudging around. I don't know if I want to go a third. That's fine. Is it actually more difficult on the PC version? Because of 60 frames per second, maybe your health meter goes down lower. I mean faster. Okay, I'm starting to crap out a bit on the final one. Alright. Woo!
¿Resistirás una vez más?
No! No, dude! No, no uno vez más. No, por favor. Ah! I didn't know there would be 4. Does he go harder on you if you have an exceptionally high life meter at the end of number 3 or something?
Ríndete, no te
God
compliques la vida.
damn.
Y otra vez más.
No! What are you doing? Is it a hard mode thing? Please stop. God damn.
Eres un tipo muy fuerte. Bien, creo que
They
has
just want to
subido
fuck with
bastante.
you. If you're too good at it,
Se nota
he
que
keeps
eres el
doing it
hermano
until
del
you
jefe.
start hurting.
Tu hermano es un hombre increíble. Quien si no podía derribar 2 F-16
I'm
con
giving
un
the hand a
helicóptero
rest
Jaime.
after that.
El proyecto Enfant Terrible no fue un
Oh,
fracaso.
Von Terrible! Did you hear
Él
his...
es el hombre que podría
He
convertir
leaned
mi
into
sueño
the
en realidad.
sarcasm. Holy shit. Okay, so when the voice actors are rolling their eyes at how stupid Kojima writing is, that kind of hints at the tension and infighting between the group. Now, as a guy who's gone through this so many times, we all know that Ocelot is a double-crossing agent who's not going to take Liquid's stupid nicknames that seriously. The voice actor rolled his eyes and was like, "Les enfants terribles." In English, he took it completely seriously, and that is an improvement, actually!
Compañero. El jefe de ARPA.
Wow. Okay, that is excellent. That is the maybe 3rd line I've heard so far that I actually prefer over the English. Oh.
Me he resfriado. Esa zorra se llevó mi ropa.
I think the guards are the weakest link. Especially the one who, like, screams over your radar when it's time to return to position. Or screams over your radio. Woo, okay. Middle market entities will keep the industry going once the age of diminishing returns and the AAA market collapses under its own ambition. So, an ambitious open-world Star Wars game came out, and it's a flop. It's an absolute flop. An ambitious... whatever the hell Concord is it a 5v5 shooter? It's a flop. There's a new Valve game that apparently is coming out. Deadlock? What is it? I don't know. I am so uninterested. These genres have, sort of...
¿Cómo está? He
Hang
estado
on.
mejor.
¿Y Meryl?
La han cogido. Mierda. Snake, el gobierno ha decidido no ceder ante las demandas. Estamos tratando de ganar más tiempo. Vamos, coronel. ¿Por qué no deja de hacerse el tonto? Lo siento por Meryl.
My hands
Estoy harto
hurt.
de mentiras.
I am genuinely interested in deciphering their voice acting and their speech. I am, like, more immersed in this segment than I've been, I think, on any other run we've watched this year.
¿Por qué intentaba ocultarlo? Lo siento.
I am continually blown away at the quality of the voice acting.
Metal Gear. Avanzada
It is
investigación
no
secreta de
less
armas
excellent than the
nucleares.
English one was, and for a few lines has actually been better. Also, I believe everyone just saw the kind of reaction that sexy Spanish Sniper Wolf was giving me.
Esa es la idea, ¿no?
And the fact that Ocelot, like, rolled his eyes and said, "Les enfants terribles," all sarcastic,
Rechazo convincente.
like the SpongeBob capital lowercase style writing is... that is so good.
Ya veo. Esa es la razón de la fecha límite.
Exacto, Snake. Por eso es importante que el ataque terrorista
The fact that
no se haga
Liquid's
público.
voice actor is imitating Snake's voice actor feels like a note the English cast might have missed at some point.
O sea,
I gotta play this in Japanese next. I gotta know what Metal Gear Solid is like in 3 languages while playing at the same time as Crimson Clover World
en
Ignition.
ese caso.
I gotta save that for later. I gotta do the Metal Gear Solid 3 original camera angle run before I do that. But next on the list, at some point later on the year of Metal Gear Mondays, we're gonna have to do Japanese Metal Gear Solid. I need to know top 3 languages to play Metal Gear Solid, and I have to know all of them or else I'm not a true fan, right?
Una cosa que todavía no me ha dicho.
Públicamente, el presidente ha expresado su rechazo a los
Los
experimentos
experimentos
eugénicos, y no queremos que la
eugénicos.
existencia del ejército
Eugénicos.
se haga pública.
¿Y esa es la única razón?
That's the only reason? I need to stop doing that. I need to stop
Vaya a ser
repeating the
infierno.
easiest lines in
Lo
English.
siento.
Yeah, and he did another
Cadáver del
Infierno
jefe
thing.
Darpa está
To
aquí.
hell with you! That's what that
Quedamos a mi
was. What was it like?
Pobre hombre.
Bajamos al
No es
infierno.
extraño. Por su aspecto y olor parece que lleva muerto varios días. Y también le han extraído toda la sangre.
La sangre.
Quizás para retardar la descomposición.
No tengo ni idea.
Pero el jefe murió hace solo unas horas, ¿no?
Sí, pero ya ha empezado a descomponerse.
¿Por qué lo habrán hecho?
¿Había algo en su sangre que ellos querían?
Lo dudo. Solo las nanomáquinas y el transmisor.
¿Les dijo
Nanomáquinas
el jefe cuál era
again.
su código detonador?
Creo que sí. Parece ser que tienen ambos códigos y están casi listos para lanzar.
Mierda. ¿Hay alguna manera de evitarlo?
Creo que existe algún tipo de dispositivo anulador de emergencia que cancela el código detonador. Es una contramedida que Armstead instaló secretamente. Hay que desbloquearlo con 3 llaves especiales.
¿Y dónde están las llaves?
Yo tengo una de ellas, pero no sé dónde están las otras 2. Además, estoy encerrado aquí.
No tenemos elección. Olvídese
Ok.
de las llaves.
I-
Lo más importante ahora es destruir Metal Gear. Siento dejarlo todo en sus manos.
I'm
pero es lo
wondering if I
único que
can
puedo hacer.
if I can veer off and start
Salga de
talking
ahí
back to chat
y
again.
diríjase a la torre de comunicaciones. Además,
¿Qué? Meryl, ¿no?
sí.
La salvaré.
Gracias.
Okay, where is Otacon on this list? I think I forgot his number. I'm gonna look that up. I don't want to do another torture sequence. If I don't have Otacon's phone number, maybe they'll make me do a torture sequence. Otacon number. What? This was a autocomplete that Google already. Okay, 140 point. Wait, no. It's 141.12. So
Otacon, ¿te
There-
encuentras bien?
Sí.
is
Gracias al camuflaje óptico, sin duda.
some kind
Esperaba que me lo pidieses.
of tragedy facing the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake
En esta celda,
with how
cerca hay una gran máquina de tortura.
it's gonna have a hard time sticking in the minds of people permanently long term, I think. It's stuck between a rock and a hard place of trying to be the remake everyone wants it to be, while at the same time there's nothing really new or terribly too interesting it can do without drastically without taking way too many risks of pissing everyone off. Some of the reviewers, the previews mentioned that it feels dated because you still have loading screen gates that get you in and out of areas, and that is a important part of the game design because I'm gonna say with Mei Ling. Because that's your checkpoint to like reset guard positions and exploit your timer back down to
He
0
pasado
and
por cosas peores.
retry areas over and over again with a clean slate and turn it into more of a puzzle game than a long-term hold a analog stick in one direction open world exploration game. But like how would you even be able to reimagine Metal Gear Solid 3 in a way that feels like the original, but doesn't necessarily play like the original, in a way that would satisfy people, in a way that would have it feeling like the way it used to, but still bump things up to the modern standard? Because one thing that is rough, that is really, really rough, and I almost hate saying it, is that, like, playing Metal Gear Solid 3 in front of people who aren't used to Kojima's bullshit does not hit the same way it does when you're playing Metal Gear Solid 3 all by yourself and you're absolutely in love. Another thing that's always been a weird sell is that original camera angle system, and I'm hoping for the best, actually.
Snake, llegó el momento. Ocelot te llama.
I'm hoping for the best that the combination of a third-person over-the-shoulder aiming view plus cinematic, top-down, beautiful, beautiful, puzzle-looking camera angles will be the kind of sort of middle ground that those camera angles might have needed to appeal to a mass audience, but the kind of reception that this thing is going to get, prepare yourself for that, is going to just steer everyone's mass psychosis, both in the industry and in critics outside, to thinking that there might be some kind of monotype template that all third-person adventures with your hero on the screen with the camera looking at them from a moderate distance can adhere to as some kind of universal template for all third-person action games ever. And that's what I think I fear the most out of the remake, is it basically having a turn this into a very mediocre action game button. In Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence, you can press R3 to bring the camera down onto your character and have more or less a similar suite of controls available to any mod person. Hang on. To any modern third-person FPS style control scheme, but most of those functions are chunkily hidden behind a few layers of controls. Like strafing. Metal Gear Solid 3 has a strafe button. It's L1. A lot of people don't even know it's there. Now I'm sure you're never even going to have to look for it, and thus never feel some of these weird shared struggles along with your character of weirdly feeling like you're contorting your body into a strange shape that you then have to correct and escape from through some very careful, considered, pre-thought-out movements, one button press at a time. Hang on. And so there's a, kind of distressing creative bankruptcy going on among both fans and developers, when the best thing that they can hope for is something that is actually 20 years old at this point, because the Snake Eater original release was 2004, Subsistence was 2005, so if this thing comes out in 2025, that is exactly 20 years flat. Metal Gear Solid 3's story is going to sound cringy to Zoomers, but the way it has a wonderful sense of timeless pacing and progression and cinematic respect for the classic hero's journeys style narratives, that in 2004 almost felt like Kojima conceding to fan demands from a more weird intellectual postmodern Metal Gear Solid 2, but now with retrospect looks like the pinnacle of a hero's journey tale in video game form, is going to be not going to come through for the modern audience quite as well, who can get their kicks with cinematic heroes journeys from other experiences that might be occupying a similar part in their mind to where MGS3 occupies in my mind. I'm primarily thinking of Last of Us. I'm thinking about how weird it must be to be a young Zoomer gamer who did not grow up seeing the technology progress at quite the steady climb that millennials did, and playing Last of Us 1 and 2, and then the remakes of those two games, and then a remake of Metal Gear Solid 3, and maybe not feeling the same kind of pathos and emotional attachment because there's so much cheesy camp around it that that can't go away to tell the same story regardless, because so much of the pathos and emotional intensity is triggered by the camp letting your guard down. It's rough. It is rough how difficult it is to think through this problem. I watched a bit of, I played a bit and watched a bit more of the Resident Evil 4 remake and felt that a similar thing was going on there. It was just, it's so much more graceful and elegant to control that it ends up feeling like everything else. And so a lot of the tension and horror kind of went away. There's when I realized that you don't even have to look for the blue medallions, you can just look at them as waypoints on your map. My heart was broken. If there's like, the map in Metal Gear Solid 3 is buried under menus. You gotta look for it, and when you find out it's there, it feels like you stumbled upon some kind of Easter egg or something, and
nivel de analgésicos
And
en tu
using your
sangre.
eyeballs and your own body's sense of direction, like how I'm doing in Metal Gear Solid 1 without a radar, is still ultimately the more physiologically rewarding experience.
Entonces,
And I worry that it's just, with just one little trick of the control scheme, all of that will go away in a way that no one will really notice. It'll get very high reviews, but no one will think about it
¿cómo te sientes, Snake?
in a couple
¿Un poco
years. Because it might just ultimately turn out to be such an unimaginative remake to the delight of these fans, who might love that it exists for 2 years and then forget about it, and stick to playing the original because it'll be more
¿Qué
accessible,
puedo
because
decir?
the original's on everything and will run on my 10-year-old work PC that didn't explode last
Háblame
summer.
de ti misma,
Alright, let me go back to a new
Eso será
chat
difícil.
message.
de tu familia.
Wait, no, let me actually pay attention to the voice acting and writing.
Yo no tengo
Or
familia.
whatever of the writing I can pick up.
Bueno, espera. Hubo un hombre que dijo que era mi padre.
¿Y dónde está?
Oh, they're doing the retcon. He didn't say that in Metal Gear 2.
Big Boss.
¿Qué? ¿Big Boss? No lo sabía.
Big
Tú no
Boss.
podías saberlo.
No
Ocurrió en Zanzíbar hace ya
dice-
6 años. Solo Snake y yo sabemos la verdad auténtica de lo que ocurrió allí.
Es mi padre in MG2. He didn't say that. I don't even know if I said that correctly,
Eso es
but
lo que dijo.
Big Boss did not say he was my father in Metal Gear 2.
Y sabiéndolo, tuviste el valor de matarle.
Sí,
¿Cómo?
él lo deseaba. Además,
There are 3
unos
Spanish
necesitamos
people who are
matar.
making a survival horror about exploring the ruins of a Roman cistern and the creepy
Ese
people
era
who
el
take care of the
trauma al que se
place.
refería Mantis. El trauma que ambos compartimos.
Y por eso dejaste Foxhound.
Mejor digamos que necesitaba estar solo un tiempo. Y Alaska era el lugar perfecto.
Snake. Yo no tuve tampoco una familia. Solo un
I think
hermano
finding
mayor
games
que
that
me envió
tickle
al
your
colegio.
fancy and backlogging will be a better bet for you until something like Delta comes out. No, Delta is not going to cure my burnout of modern AAA games, I don't think. Partly because of that conundrum it's stuck
¿Una
into,
mujer en
like,
tu vida?
it's not gonna cure my burnout for modern video games if the biggest thing to look forward to
Roy Campbell.
is crossing your fingers that it hits the standards that they did 20
¿Sigues
years
llamándome
ago.
amigo?
If it costs that much more money and that much more
No, tenía
teamwork
otro
to hit
amigo.
standards from 20 years
Frank
ago,
Jagger.
then that's
El teniente
just
más fiel a Big
that's
Boss.
depressing. That's not
El único
exciting.
miembro de Foxhound que haya recibido el nombre clave de Fox.
I mean, I don't
Grey
hate it.
Fox.
I'm glad that it exists.
Yo
I just
aprendí
wish
mucho
it.
de él.
Pero...
I just wish things were
quisisteis
better.
mataros el uno al otro.
I just wish
Sí,
things
es
were
cierto.
better, and I don't
Lo
think a lot of
En Zanzíbar.
the
Pero no fue nada
spectators in my
personal.
audience who
Éramos solo profesionales en bandos opuestos. Nada más.
were reacting to that
Sigues
tweet of mine
llamándole
last
un
year
amigo.
were able to see that. However, I also am realizing with retrospect that the tweet where I was telling gamers not to buy games on launch did break into a different
Te conocí en
audience
el
than
campo
my
de
own.
batalla.
The
Había
most
caído prisionero de
funny
Outback.
reaction to that statement was saying that I was supporting the evil actors of the industry by encouraging people to wait to buy product. I think
Me
their
enseñó el oficio.
line of reasoning was that I was not harsh enough on the launch version.
Nunca
By
hablamos de
encouraging
nuestra vida
people to
personal.
wait till until later after the launch version, I was not being appropriately angry and harsh towards the launch version.
Luchábamos sin armas en un campo de minas. Sé que a muchos les puede parecer
It came
extraño.
from a place of immaturity and
Éramos solo dos soldados
inexperience. I'm just gonna
cumpliendo
scroll down and
órdenes. Era como
see
un
some
deporte.
love for VLC
Los
player.
hombres y sus juegos.
Hey
Sois
George, I was wondering
animales
if you were planning to
salvajes.
do anything for the 9-year anniversary of the
Somos
Phantom
animales.
Pain. Nope, sorry.
Si
I don't know if you were looking
eres
forward to that, but I didn't even
amigos,
think
¿cómo
about that.
explicarías la
9
actitud
years
del
is
ninja?
also a very
No lo sé.
scary number
Son
and
tus
weird
jefes.
number. Yeah,
Ellos son los que te
I want to
predisponen
point
a la
out
violencia.
that some young
Veo que
Zoomer
te gusta
gamers
hablar de
previewing
genes,
Metal
Gaby.
Gear Solid 3's Delta, their
Porque
primary
metiste todo esto de la
complaint
investigación
was that a
genética.
project intended to hit the
Nunca
highs
supe
of
quiénes
20
eran
years
mis padres,
ago
ni tampoco
was
qué
not
aspecto
recreating a comfortable, familiar,
Supongo que la
conservative
investigación genética
appeal
porque quería
of what
descubrir
things were like
por qué
10
soy
years
como soy.
ago. That is how
Estudiaste sobre
depressing
el
this
ADN.
is.
Sí.
That is very...
Pensé que si
Wow.
estudiaba mi
Yeah,
estructura
holy cow.
genética,
Putting it into
sabría
numerical
quién
terms
era
like that
realmente.
really,
Pensaba que analizando
really
la
does
información
outline
genética
the
de una
creative
persona,
peak,
podrían desvelar
the
los
dilemma
puntos negros de la
here.
memoria.
The creative peak, the
Almacena
control
memoria
scheme
del ADN.
peak, the technological
No estoy
peak.
segura.
A new
Pero
Metal
sabemos
Gear
que
game
el
is
tipo
coming out
genético
after
de una
9 years
persona
of us
y lo
waiting for
determina la
a big
secuencia de
fancy
las
Metal
cuatro
Gear
bases
game.
de su ADN.
And the whole entire point of
será
the
la
newest,
investigación?
biggest, fanciest
Conocer la
Metal Gear
secuencia
game
de
after
ADN,
such a
¿no?
long wait is to remake a game from 20 years ago and not get so caught up in modernizing it that it feels like the game from 10 years ago. No, that wouldn't be right either. It's a dilemma. This is a real dilemma, guys. I'm sorry if I'm like shitting all over some fun commercial capitalism hype cycle dopamine, but it's there are deeper pleasures in life that you should be indulging in, frankly. Try and read Ulysses. If you like Metal Gear Solid 3, get into Homer. Get into read Homer alongside some other classic traditional hero's journey stories. Watch the movies that Hideo Kojima recommends, read the books that he recommends, and read the stuff that he didn't even know he was being influenced by. And just keep playing classics. Classics only media diet is the actual optimal strategy for being a hardcore gamer in the 2020s. You're not gonna feel the deep sublime pleasures of enjoying art ever again if you don't find some way to correct your burnout for modern gaming, because modern gaming, especially AAA gaming, has not been able to satisfy that basic human impulse for 10 years now. The basic human impulse of indulging in a sublime moment of truth and beauty has not occurred for any modern games I've played for at least going on 10 years now. Modern big AAA games. It's happened on the lower budget end, not the higher one going on 10 plus years. Whew. I think finding games that tickle your fancy and backlogging will be a better bet for you until something like Delta comes out. Yes, but only partial agreement, because finding games that tickle my fancy and backlogging is, I'm telling you now, gonna be a better bet for me after Delta comes out for the rest of 2025, and maybe 2026, and maybe 2027. It might take a very good VR console to get me super interested in the creative limits explored by new technology with new controller schemes and new visual perspectives on the high end of expensive game development again. I don't think it's gonna happen with the traditional method anymore, ever again, for the rest of my... Right, yeah, for the rest of my life. If it is 2050 and games are still being played with a controller that looks like this, with a third-person camera that swoops down right over your character's shoulders, so there's no confusion or play with what your character is seeing versus what you're seeing on the screen, I will have tuned out years before that occurs. The kids might still like it. I think adults are gonna, and already have, especially if you follow the narrative coming out of Ross's game dungeon for sure. Like, it's not growing up with us. We're seeing the same thing repeat over and over and over again for 10 years and getting high reviews and setting the world on fire when in your 30s it definitely feels like you've done it before. And I feel even worse for the Gen Xer gamers who were cutting their teeth on Commodore, on the one-man black and white pixel art Commodore projects. Let me plant myself super deep inside the far corner of the room now, so... There we go. So that I will have hopefully a nice fat window of time to tackle the guard and lock him inside and escape. Que demonios! Okay, Johnny does not sound like Johnny in this version. He sounds like Guard. See you later, fucko. I'm out. Bum 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 bum. Traffic cones are literally designed for maximum visibility. That's just good programming design. So back to talking about the merits of VLC Player. Yeah, they very accidentally made the extremely grandma-friendly icon of a traffic cone. It's a bright yellow, obvious triangle that you can still spot through the dying eyes of grandma vision. They did not know that they accidentally designed their own program's icon for accessibility. That's how good VLC Player is. Whether you're a super hardcore computer nerd dweebo or a grandma who needs glasses, VLC Player is the freeware open source media player of choice. It also just works. VLC Player just works. Okay, very serious question. Will you do another run of George Socks? That's... Oh man, is the company that does that still around? I don't know. I don't have any plans for it at the moment, but boy oh boy does that sound like a good idea. If I had, like, a good video, short little video ready to go, maybe I could do merchandising for the Metal Gear Solid 3 camera angle video. Oh no, Token Flip Guy lost his George Socks. I have several backup pairs. I have copied George Socks onto various mediums. I've ensured that I will have my George Socks for the rest of my life, unless the condo tower burns down. Welcome. Unless the condo tower burns down, yep. I just had to think of that, didn't I? Fucking hell. Yeah, I'll have my George Socks with me to tell my grandkids about how weird the 2010s were if my George Socks don't burn. Not a problem anyone should have to be worrying about ever. Plato o plomo is cash or lead from the bullets. Okay. It's, a Pablo Escobar thing. Software... Oh, awesome! I replayed this game recently. Did your Pi strat, by the way, blew my mind how I didn't even take damage. That feels like the way it's meant to be played. It's like the weirdest way to do that boss fight, and yet it feels like, or at least to gamer fingers, who are used to just pointing and clicking on bad guy, actually slicing the pie and being patient and thinking tactically about your next move and when you're moving and when you're staying still, that would make sense as being the way to play that boss fight properly. And you didn't take damage. One thing I want to discover with Metal Gear Solid 3 is how to go through its areas with the original camera angles in a way that will ultimately end up playing perhaps more elegantly and easily and damage-proof, more failure-proof than maybe what the subsistence version ends up playing like with less experienced players on the low end. Software engineer compensation needs to be regulated. I can't be trusted with as much money as society has decided to trust me with. Oh no. It's a good position to be in, Trig. Yes, that is true. Don't take it for granted. D-pad is good for fine-tuning. Stick is good for big, fast moments. Is there a sniper duel in every Metal Gear Solid game? Not necessarily. MGS2 has a sniper shooting gallery, not a sniper duel. I don't believe... No, MGS4 has one. Does Peace Walker have one? I guess the body armor room is one of these left offices. Yeah, must be the level 6 door. Yep. Do I need anything else in here? I'll clear it out just in case. could use more chaff grenades, as always. You know, I guess I should also clarify that the regular, ordinary, third-person control scheme game...
Snake, hay una bomba entre tus
Oh
objetos.
no, I
Rápido,
forgot!
lánzala lejos.
¿Quién demonios eres? ¿Uno de ellos?
Lo sabrás a su debido tiempo.
I forgot about the bomb. Also... I don't quite know if Deep Throat's voice acting was coming through quite as well as the English language version.
Le ha ido por poco, Snake. Ocelot, te haré pagar por eso. Garganta Profunda es todo un enigma. Seguro que trabaja para ellos. Es un informador.
Deep Throat is still a huge enigma.
Tengo la sensación de que hay alguna
It's
otra
funny
fuerza en
how
esto.
some of my literal translation jokes are cracking me up more than the original text ever would do. They sound fine in the original. The voice actors sound fine. The script is fine. Translating it literally has me giggling during serious moments. That's unfortunate. Hey, I think there's still chaff grenades to be had in the room to the south of me. They sound very different. I'm Spanish. Wait, so if you understand the language better, will they sound more different? Stun grenades are always useful. This is some good stealth. Having a good run. I panicked for a frame when that door opened unexpectedly. Also, the glass in these offices, and in the partitions between them, is making this section way easier than it was for so many other runs. I don't hear anything. I don't see anything. Yeah, I think I can move out and start working on how to get to the other side. Hey, a level 6 door is ahead. That'll be neat. Do I need the ration? No. My ears are still having a time readjusting to this symbol that they are not used to hearing. Ah! Oh, it's just medicine? At least I'm doing some good non-lethal evasion. That line reading sounds way too harsh. Like the microphone is cracking under how loud and fast this guy's talking. Yeah, that was still good stealth. I didn't get hit. Nope, no hits. 1 detection. Clean non-lethal escape. I'll take it. No need to restart. That's where emotions live. Everyone sounds so sexy in Spanish. I literally just heard a song about this called My Life is Better in Spanish. Oh, Blanco means target in that context? Oh, okay. Okay, so I think I'm now just catching up with Twitch chat, giggling at me, having my train of thought get, distracted for a bit at Sniper Wolf's voice. Everyone is like, George could crush a new Hitman Freelancer mode. Funny, because the English Wolf actress is Hispanic. Yeah, there was some weirdness regarding her, her ethnicity, right? She's supposed to be a Kurd from Iraq. And we were joking earlier about how the Kurdish women in Iraq definitely do not... When you're on /R combat footage and you're seeing the real-life Sniper Wolf, she definitely will not be looking or talking like that version. Oh no! Ice Cream V wanted the Otacon ending and I've denied them their request because I didn't... Because I was so behind on catching up with Twitch chat. I don't need the ration. I'm gonna have to unlearn my usual muscle memory of rushing for the rations. It's also kind of weirding me out to see so many less rations around when the difficulty is, unlike extreme mode, but the difficulty is kind of sort of still tuned to a similar place that it was tuned to in extreme mode. Okay, yes, button B, y auto disparo. He said action button. Oh, it's the subtitles that were adjusted? Holy crap! Oh my god, okay. So the subtitle said button B, and I was hearing the Spanish speaking fast and not understanding most of it. And I think I subconsciously hallucinated Spanish Ocelot saying button B in that moment from the confluence of only understanding half the words but seeing the subtitles give my brain a bias. This is why I consciously try not to consume pre-release materials, because your brain, you think you're in control of that thing, you're really not. You are, I hate to break it to you gamers, but you are merely along for your brain's ride. Buckle up. You can tame it, you can put some reins and a saddle on it, but not a steering wheel with an ignition pedal or a brake pedal. It's a wild animal you're controlling in there.
Snake sobre Meryl.
So I swear I heard him say button B, but if I rewatch the footage, it's not gonna sound like my memory.
Snake.
And I'm seeing now in the Twitch chat message that he is saying select button.
Ella se alistó por voluntad propia y sé que estaba preparada para esto. No, se equivoca. Meryl quería convertirse en soldado.
Ocelot also canonically hates the French, so the sarcasm behind Les enfants terribles adds even more flavor. It is common for Spanish people to speak French in a very disrespectful way.
Master, ¿qué pasa?
Siento inmiscuirme, pero ya no podía seguir escuchando más.
Les enfants terribles.
Snake, puede arrepentirse si quiere. Es algo natural. Pero no puede seguir
Oh,
acusándose a sí
yeah.
mismo por cosas que ocurrieron
Val
en el
825
pasado.
brought up
Ese
an
camino
important point
conduce a
that
la
I
locura, créame.
subconsciously noticed but didn't say out loud. Wait, no, I think I kind of did with how panicked he all of a sudden sounds. Roy Campbell speaks in a very military and diatant.
Snake,
I know what you're trying to say.
olvídese
In a very
Tenga en
military and direct
Eso es
way
lo que
during
Meryl
most of the game,
desearía.
but he started speaking in a more
Tiene razón.
personal and close way to him
Es lo
after
que
the
hubiese dicho
torture.
Meryl.
Let's see how he sounds here.
¿Qué?
We still got him. Give us a line, Roy Campbell.
Sí. Ella es especial. No hay muchas mujeres como ella por ahí.
No es eso lo que decía.
Es la sobrina del coronel y una compañera de armas.
¿Solo eso? Venga.
Esto parece ya un interrogatorio.
No, yo solo...
Supongo que está en los genes. ¿Los genes?
He sounded
está
very
hablando ahora,
military and
coronel?
direct right now. Maybe he's got his...
Solo estaba recordando
Well, he
al
did
abuelo
just
de
laugh a
Naomi.
bit, but
Creo que Naomi
he doesn't
dijo que
sound
llegó a
like he's
ascender a
in
secretario
emotional
auxiliar en el
distress
FBI
like he did
en la
when
época
Meryl
del
was in
Carajulo.
trouble.
¿Es eso cierto?
Sí, sí. Él era japonés y se convirtió en
Come on,
investigador
George.
especial para
Come on,
infiltrarse
Jorge.
en
More
Madrid.
torture as más
¿Cuándo
Spanish
fue eso?
ocelot.
En los años
History
50,
repeats
creo
itself. Konami is re-releasing Metal Gear Solid 3 to
Naomi.
demonstrate their innocence as a game publisher. No, and it's not gonna fool anyone.
Mi abuelo ya había
If
muerto
anything, it
cuando
sounds
me enteré
more
de su
to me like
existencia.
them demonstrating that
Nunca
the
llegué a conocerle.
most of, or at least a good
Snake.
sizable
Buena
portion of
suerte.
the original
Ándese con
Metal
cuidado,
Gear
Snake.
team are still there and might still be capable of doing it without Kojima. I don't think Delta needs to be a massive billion seller, though. I hope they manage to keep the budget to something... something reasonable. So, this is a camera, a gun camera, that I probably would have seen coming. There we go. If I had, damn. If I had a modern camera system, but without that, that means it's a bit more of an interesting problem to solve. It's fixed, it's not moving. Is there another one on the other side? No. It did not do a lot of damage. And now that I know it's there, I'm guessing the most evasive pathway I could take in front of its line of fire would be at close range. Yeah, hug the right hand wall. There we go, no damage. Now, are there more? Every few steps when I've, slicing a bit more pie out of the next viewing angle, I need to be taking these peeps. These peeks. These risky, cheeky peeks, like in Counter-Strike. You actually are... it's tactical, actual tactical espionage action. Also, the camera was going a little crazy for a while. Did I just, No. I thought I stumbled upon a hidden button combination to do a quick turn in first-person mode, but I don't think I did. I think I was just deluding myself. Indie game pitch. A Metal Gear clone where you control an actor with the role of an action movie star that has to navigate a set along the orders of a directorial director that wants the action set piece to look as real and good as possible. When you are discovered, the director screams at you and berates you. That's kind of sort of what Metal Gear Solid already is. Especially if you're doing some kind of self-imposed challenge on the higher difficulty levels. The Stuntman games are basically that, but for driving games. Yeah! Stuntman and Burnout represent some creative rethinking of racing game logic that was embracing how, silly players have always gotten with the fantasy, the power fantasies employed. Okay, so last time when we were playing on extreme mode with no radar, we were talking through this, narratizing style, where putting down the mines ahead of time makes for quite a silly and funny action sequence. Yeah, there they go! Sorry, guys. I do not need the items down there. I recall those being red herring. I gotta remember to press shoot and then move, and then crouch, not crouch and shoot. It's shoot and crouch. Dun dun bum 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 bum. Wait, there is an easier way to do this with stun grenades. I don't think I killed him. I think I just knocked him out. I'm sure he'll be fine. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh man, I took a hit. The run's not perfect. Damn. Something about the lower frame rate makes it feel like there's a little bit more of a turn-based logic going on in my head when I have the game paused and the menus up on the screen. Yeah, if this was my first time through, I probably would be spending a lot more time in these menus carefully thinking out my next move instead of going full speedrun reaction mode. Oh no! Oops! I didn't know you could do that either! Let's try it again. 23-year-old game and it's still got some fun tricks to teach us. Brum bum 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 bum. I wonder if there's a canonical explanation behind why Snake is just utterly immune to all these flashbangs. He doesn't have eyes, that's why. Like, look at him. He has no eyes, therefore he cannot be flashed. Games need to have a weird art collective / movement which makes weird games with shoestring budgets. It's happened a few times before. There was the Dogma 99 stuff. Indie Game the Movie had this weird liberal hipster ethos where it was depicting the struggles of upper middle class white guys like they were... Yeah, I can't shit on it too hard though, but it's still pretty weird with modern retrospective to think of what how problematic some of those attempts can become. Basically, we all should want more games like Cruelty Squad, right? I stopped playing AAA games because AAA has pretty much abandoned the kinds of games I like, so I play indies instead. For the record, I said until Delta because that had been when you need a more beefy PC. Maybe the reality is more like until 6 months after Delta. Also, nothing about Delta looks like I would need a more powerful, beefy PC. It, doesn't look that much more visually intense than Hunt Showdown, but I sure as hell know that it's not gonna play as smoothly as Hunt Showdown does at all.
¡Mierda!
Siento no poder dejarte pasar de aquí.
Liquid,
No llegarás más lejos. ¡Muere!
esto es demasiado alto. Si tuviese una cuerda...
Huh. So, you see, George, Campbell started speaking to Snake in third person.
Enfrentarte a un Cain con
I'm
las
sorry,
manos.
this guy's fun. Snake.
Eres mío, Snake.
It's me!
Al final,
What would you say? Like, I'm over here, Snake, something like that? Eres mío, Snake! The line read where the helicopter just pops up from the bottom of the frame and you hear him go, "A snake!" That was great. That was funny. Now it's time to play the part of the game that always controlled like ass. Look at the motion blur going on. That's not in the PC version and that looks way better. You see, George, Campbell started speaking to Snake in third-person plural, detached way of using usted, an overly formal and impersonal way of saying you after torture. He speaks like he would do with a personal friend. In person and omitting pronouns. Oh, let's hear him do a big jump.
así se hace
A
rápido.
mass jump.
Pulse el botón
A
X para
grande
separarse
jump.
del muro. Mientras está alejado del muro, pulse abajo en el botón dirigir para descender. Si salta mientras pulsa derecha o izquierda en el botón dirigir, puede realizar un gran salto en dicha dirección. Si pulsa y mantiene presionado el botón círculo mientras usa el botón dirigir, avanzará despacio de lado por el muro. Si calcula bien el ritmo, debería ser capaz de evitar los disparos del Jin mientras desciende en rappel. Si alguien puede hacerlo es usted, Snake.
There's a ration, but I should not go for it. I'll probably take more damage. Never mind, maybe I should have actually gone for the ration. Okay, what did we learn last time? If I take too much damage from this, it's actually worth it to just retry. You killed that man. Gravity doing the dirty job. Snake trained himself to be immune to flashbangs by flashbanging himself every day. So if you take just a... and his laugh is even good. If you take just a small dosage of flashbangs, do you build up a tolerance over time? There we go. Snake doesn't get flashbang because he's looking at the radar. It's Snake! Eros mío, Snake. That means you are mine, Snake. Okay. Wow, I really misinterpreted that one. Here's Liquid. So I believe there's 3 guards up ahead that I am going to have to kill. Wait, maybe I can stun grenade my way through them. Are they immune to flashbangs too? No! What? Wow, I just sniped them. Oh wait, no, maybe this is the bullshit that's gonna keep me from crossing. Oh, I need to body armor up here too, god lord. They're down. Okay, there might be a way to non-lethal this at the expense of all my healing items, which means I'll be going into the helicopter battle with no healing items, and I don't think I should do that. However, I just want to fuck around and find out. So let's get as much health and body armor on our snake as possible. And not go past the, like, 4th grid line on the ground until that grenade's going. And then toss another one as soon as the yellow clears. The serpentine. Damn. I got it! I got it! I got it! Yeah! Oh! You don't have to non-lead! Yeah, I am a peaceful snake. I do not kill every guard I find. I learned a new strat today. I didn't know you could do that. Apparently you can non-lethal your way through those guys. You don't have to kill them. I'm not gonna go down and check. I already know there's nothing down there for me. Oh, we're about to have... Que amor blumo en el... Giro field? Oh, do I have to go downstairs? Maybe you do have to go downstairs to trigger the cutscene with Otacon. There's conscious ambiguity employed in Metal Gear Solid during some certain very clever moments, and this is one of them. Crees que el amor puede Crees que amor puede florerse en el campo de batalla. Campo de batalla. ¿Crees que amor puede florecer en un campo de batalla? ¿Crees que el amor puede florecer en un campo de batalla? ¿Crees que amor puede florecer en un campo de batalla? Let's see how Otacon says it. I'm just imagining, myself walking along a cliffside with a flower blowing in the wind and my fingertips. ¿Crees que el amor puede florecer en un campo de batalla? Since it's not in a language that I know by heart, it already sounds cooler than the English, but we'll... I don't know if we'll be able to hear how well he delivers it because we have no frame of reference for judging it. This is so good! Since I don't know what counts as good Spanish voice acting and what doesn't, it's just gonna sound good by default here. Love's gonna bloom, boys. Get ready.
No dispares. Soy yo, no dispares. Soy yo, Snake. Otacon, ¿cómo has llegado hasta aquí?
No ha sido tan dramático como tu entrada. En serio, yo tengo vértigo.
¿Estabas mirando?
Sí, estaba mirando. Iba subido en la parte trasera del camión. Gracias al camuflaje óptico.
¿Cómo has llegado arriba?
En ascensor, por supuesto.
El primer piso de la escalera de caracol fue destruido.
Por eso utilicé el ascensor.
¿Funcionaba el ascensor?
Sí, funcionaba. Tú eres increíble. Como un héroe de las películas.
No, te equivocas. En las pelis el héroe siempre salva a la chica.
¿Hablas de Meryl? Perdón. Olvida lo que he dicho. Snake, hay algo que realmente quisiera preguntarte. Y por eso te he seguido hasta aquí. Dime, ¿has amado a alguien?
¿Has venido para preguntarme eso?
No, bueno, yo me preguntaba si los soldados se enamoran.
¿Qué pretendes decirme?
Soldado
¿Crees que el amor
Eh,
puede surgir incluso en la guerra?
Sí, lo creo. En cualquier momento o lugar, la gente es capaz de enamorarse, sí. Pero
la gente.
si amas a alguien, también debes ser capaz de
But
protegerle.
men have the capacity to love.
Te voy a pedir algo. Tranquilo, será muy fácil.
Ya te lo dije antes, no quiero dañar a nadie.
No quiero que lo hagas.
Ok.
El ascensor está parado ahí abajo.
I don't know, I'm
Quiero que
getting
lo pongas en
tingles.
marcha.
I'm not understanding it perfectly, but I'm
¿Lo ves?
actually getting tingles.
raro.
It doesn't
Es
sound
funcionaba
cheesy,
bien,
there's
pero ahora ya
nothing
no.
campy, I wasn't
Quizás el panel
giggling.
está roto.
It was just
Lo arreglarás.
pure emotion.
Antes sí funcionaba.
The
Si es
pathos
el mecanismo, yo lo arreglo.
had no friction
Tengo que
hitting me this
aplastar una
time.
mosca.
De acuerdo. Me quedaré aquí.
His
y
snake's voice is softening with
Tienes muy mal
Otacon?
aspecto. ¿Estás bien?
Tranquilo. Si hago esto, todo irá muy bien. Hago como que no estoy aquí. Y ya no tengo miedo.
Extraña lógica, pero confía.
It's extremely logical. I need to stop laughing at my translations and just roll with it. It's so good. This is so good. If Snake's voice is gonna be softer with Otacon like it is with the ladies after this point, that's just good game design. I wonder if Otacon hacked his way past the cameras and we're supposed to come up with some cheesy headcanon about it. Let's use body armor and chaff grenades. I do not think I want to waste any stinger ammo on my way up here, nor do I want to use up the healing items because the helicopter is one of the hardest bosses in the game. I might also have to scurry off for a quick bathroom break. So, Snake speaking with the ladies sounds more suave Casavani. Casavani? Snake speaking with the ladies sounds more suave Casanova. Speaking with Otacon, he becomes more vulnerable and sentimental. That's... Is David Hayter actually doing that in English? Because I don't recall this being an object of discussion. We played through this game like 3 times together this year. And no one's mentioned David Hayter's voice acting style change depending on who he's talking to. Surely it happens, and surely it's very subtle, but not to the extremes it is here, and it's like really good stuff. I was tingling. I had full tingles. I don't think I'm getting any more of a better angle by going downstairs. I think I gotta go upstairs and look at them straight on. I think I gotta get close, actually. Maybe not. Ah. I might just have to damage my way through. Wait a second. I just have to tank the damage. Damn. I bet I should have saved my chaff grenade for these cameras, because I might have taken a little bit more damage from all 4 of them firing at once instead of the smaller quantities at the bottom. David Hayter sounds flirty with Mei Ling, but he is gruff all the time. This is gonna be blowing my mind. This is gonna be absolutely blowing my mind, and I'm gonna have to unthink like 25 years of gaming history here. If by the end of this run, I end up unironically coming to believe that Spanish Solid Snake was giving a better voice acting performance than David Hayter. David Hayter is the iconic, permanent voice for Snake, but he didn't do that. He didn't soften up with Otacon and get all slower and sexier with all of the ladies. He just picked Mei Ling. But doing it with Otacon makes so much sense that it should have been done. It makes so much more sense for the voice actor to change the character a little bit for Snake and Otacon's interactions especially. It certainly comes out in the writing, and it took me how many years in playthroughs to notice it? And it's happening by voice acting in Spanish on day 1 in 1998. I like Snake as an emotionally unavailable shell of a person. That still comes through? Like, for most of this game, especially in the conversation with, Psycho Mantis's death scene, it still sounded very much like he was trying to swat Meryl's attempts at connecting with him away. I believe that the stereo audio effects of the helicopter should also be coming through clearer on this version as well. And I have, oh my god, I have like dreamed the noise of this helicopter's machine gun in my sleep, and it sounds better in this version. Oh, that one wasn't great. But then again, it's not that great. Taking a blow in the English original. I learned that from Dave Fennoy. When a voice actor is going, oh, yeah, ooh, rah! They're either taking a blow or giving a blow. That's what that's called. Yeah, it would be a nice time to call Master Miller. No response. Good tip, Val. They thought of it. Kojima sure thought about Master Miller not picking up the phone right now. Oops. Wait, Miller picks up and you can hear the battle, but he pretends like nothing is happening? What do you mean? He's not picking up. Lower frame rate means that snap aiming with the stinger without a lock-on. No scoping with the stinger is going to be hard. Yeah, listen to that. He's really cheesy when he's taking these blows. Rum pum pum. Oh no! Ice Cream V said a joke and I didn't get it. I'm sorry, buddy. I'll try to get your jokes better next time, I'll promise. I depend on you for financial aid after all. Okay, so if I recall from this, I should be safe just by staying in between the structure here. That wasn't so bad. Why do they make such a great big fanfare out of that one rocket in particular? Maybe because it blows up part of the boss arena? Hungry for words? No, hungry for worms! I can't believe how much easier this has gotten. I learned that word from Resident Evil 4. Oh, speaking of games that become way better if you know even a little bit of shitty gringo Spanish, Resident Evil 4 is hilarious. Yeah, the little old ladies in Resident Evil 4 are like spitting some of the worst curse words in Spanish, and their shit talk, against you is like genuinely funny, campy little jokes sometimes. If you don't know the words, it's gonna sound like, whoa, speaky foreign man speaking a creepy foreign language, but if you know Spanish, there's like a layer of campy humor to that game that is actually really thematically appropriate and just makes it feel like the silly haunted house it soon becomes a few hours in. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 is peak Spanish representation. The Spanish in RE4 is so hilariously broken. Yeah, that's another thing. Like, they're using a little bit of everyone's Spanish voice act. It's supposed to take place in Spain Spanish, but they speak Mexican Spanish and Colombian Spanish and sometimes Spain Spanish and sometimes Guatemalan Spanish. But, I mean, the thing that I was just giggling at during the remake, I don't think I knew Spanish good enough when playing the original game as a kid, and for some reason it didn't hit me when doing the Bunny Hop review, but the remake, maybe they speak it a little slower or clearer in the remake. I was laughing my ass off at the Resident Evil 4 Spanish in the remake, for sure. Like it's funny. There's jokes going on there that deserve to be heard. The Spanish in the remake is a lot better, huh? Because, I didn't necessarily have any better knowledge of Spanish when I was doing the Bunny Hop video on it, but I was not giggling at the Spanish in the original with my recent replays like I was in the remake. Maybe it was easier for me to understand because they fixed the issue with all the different accents and all the different localizations of Spanish that were all mixed together in the original game. Okay, so he's gonna just fire one more shitty little rocket that's gonna miss, so long as I stay in between these two pillars. Look at the camera work in this game. I'm trying to track this thing and I have to like think about what wall I want to press myself into next, and that comes with interesting decisions getting made on a frame-by-frame basis. Bump, 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 bump. Bump, 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 bump. Luis Serra is a Madrid guy that speaks in the most Puerto Rican possible Spanish. Puerto Rican. I stop trying. Oh man, there's a fan dub in development of dubbing RE8 into Romanian. I never got around to playing RE8. Don't know if I want to, it's just gonna feel too similar to everything else. But it is a shame that they had fun with language in RE4, but apparently not with RE8. It's up to the fans to give the zombies some spooky foreign languages. So, sounds like they just put the script into Google Translate. You got exactly 4 stinger shots for the cameras now. The funny thing, they just reuse the clips without taking into account some word change to refer to women. Lol.
No, eso es lo más extraño. Se ha arreglado solo y ahora se dirige hacia ti.
Oh, Snake said go to hell in Spanish and I missed it. Damn.
¿Qué ha sido?
Oh, what's a action movie hero gonna sound like?
Eso es increíble, Snake.
Increíble.
Solo quiero asegurarme bien. ¿Es este el camino que lleva a donde guardan Metal Gear?
Sí. La entrada a la base subterránea de mantenimiento está en la parte de atrás del campo de nieve.
So him switching back to super serious mode after bragging a bit sounded a little funnier.
Lo sé, lo sé. No tienes
I'm
por qué
sorry,
decírmelo.
like this version of Snake seems like an unironically more fun character.
De acuerdo. Llámame
He
si me
opens up,
necesitas.
he cracks a bit of jokes every now and then, he smiles, he switches from the gruff, emotionally distant mode. He's still capable of doing it, but it feels like in appropriate moments he comes out of his shell a little bit in a way that matches up with the psychology of the characters in script. So that starts bringing to the surface so many interesting questions regarding the psychology of a character coming through the performance rather than the script. And with video games, with the voice actors having to maintain the character's voice for hours upon hours of script, you end up more often than not getting a very monotone character who's only able to express one kind of emotion or one kind of a voice for the whole 40-hour-long adventure. I know, as good of a job as he did, Geralt's voice actor in Witcher 3 had that going on. He sounded like he was in the same mood and in the same place throughout the most of that game's scripts, as I recall, but in Metal Gear Solid, in such an intensely character-driven drama as a Metal Gear Solid game in comparison, the subtleties of the vocal performance are so much more important, and it feels like, I shit you not, it's driving me insane. It feels like they're doing a better job of depicting the emotional state of the characters and whatever little jokes they would tell themselves to keep themselves sane here. I can't believe this. I can hardly believe it. If the best vocal performance of Solid Snake is the Spanish dub that everyone is that everyone's like, that no one knows about, that kind of got forgotten in the game development history for the future versions, that was unsustainably expensive and not profitable enough to commercially incentivize the developers into doing more of, that is one of the greatest unsung tragedies of video game history, that no English-speaking YouTube channels have made a big dramatic video game history video essay about yet. Wow. Wow. Holy shit. What have I stumbled into here? No one knows about Spanish Solid Snake is peak gringo YouTuber speaking. Oh my god. I'm really, like, not only am I making one of the most shamefully kept secrets of the English-speaking world, the English-speaking gaming world, come to light here, I am also letting it be known what a clueless fucking gringo I am. This was an incredibly rewarding idea. I am so glad I did this. I felt like I learned... This is incredible how every time I play this game, I flip a switch, just one little switch, and suddenly I'm learning like 10 new things, not only about Metal Gear Solid, but about like art or psychology or language or marketing and economics and the myopia of living within the linguistic sphere of influence of the current century's lingua franca. I am learning about my own ignorance. This is... Metal Gear Solid has passed so many tests of time in depth and maturity that it's, he really is the Homer of video games. I said it last time, I'm saying it again. I cannot express the gratification and the sense of artistic awe I am feeling at this game. And how it just keeps on giving after 23 years. I gotta run off and scurry off for a quick bathroom break. It's gonna be a good one. I'll be back in just a few seconds, but I'll be thinking some very interesting thoughts when I'm in there in the quiet again. Woo! Holy cow. Holy cow. This is still blowing my mind. This is still blowing my mind. The most emotionally and psychologically complete, and maybe even arguably the most fun version of Solid Snake I've encountered yet is Spanish Solid Snake. The English-speaking gamers need to know. They need to know about this. This is incredible. Okay, Snake actually says go to hell instead of see you in hell. I just looked into the fan dub for an update. I think it got shut down by Capcom. Tragic. I remember reading chunks of the original Romanian scripts. Okay. Steve Blum plays a lot of these kinds of characters, but the character voices in digital... No. I'm trying to catch up with Twitch chat. I'm trying to catch up with Twitch chat. It's like when you guys say Saint Seiya never catched up in Occident. Layers, man. Something that's becoming a rarity in video games, or even media for that matter. I wonder if there are any other top-tier Spanish 90s dubs. English voice acting was barely off the ground at that point. I have always heard good things about the 90s, about what 90s anime was like in the Spanish-speaking world back in the day, and it seems like Metal Gear Solid might have been along for that joyous of a ride. 90s anime, I recall... I recall stumbling upon Spanish subtitles and Spanish dubs when trying to pirate anime back in the day, in the good old Napster days, far more often than I would have liked. But now with modern retrospect, I should absolutely go back and try to dig into what was going on economically, politically, geographically. To have Japanese imported media express so much more of an interest in appealing to Spanish speakers then compared to now. What happened? There's certainly more... Yeah, there's gotta be... I mean, maybe not in Spain itself, but in South America, the economy has certainly improved.
Cuando lo utilizaste, ¿te saltó la alarma de límite de sobrepeso?
Esa es otra cosa que también resulta muy extraña. La alarma saltó y es imposible que excediese el límite de peso.
Otacón, ¿tú cuánto pesas?
Unos 62 kilos. Y el ascensor tenía
If you're
un
getting
límite
into
de peso de
something,
300
localization
kilos.
is Vigi Games and something is still overlooked. Few channels have dedicated video game localizations, but mainly on Japanese to English.
Los prototipos de camuflaje están ahí.
Demasiado tarde, Snake. ¡Muere!
So what did we learn from last time? Oh man, I'm out of stun grenades. Oh well, regular ordinary grenades will do. I believe the optimal strategy was grenading and meleeing. Oh, this is gonna be easy. They haven't even gotten a hit in. Oops. I got a hit in. They've got too many invincibility frames, man. Maybe I could break the cycle of... Oh man, but it hurts me too. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. I made that way more. Oh wait, no, it's still, they're still not done. Oh, come on. I wanted to be a cool guy and have him accidentally shoot his friend. I wanted to encourage a friendly fire incident. Bum, 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 bum. Go tweet right now. No, no, that's bad mental health. The impulse to think, oh, go tweet right now has aged my brain dramatically. Getting out of that mindset was what it took to get me back into having the kind of patience and self-control needed to read one book. One of the things that will drive you crazy if you are a social media personality is the thought. The temptating thought to turn your thoughts into monetizable little Twitter nuggets. And considering that the Twitter itself is, like, dying very, very rapidly these days, it's not... The financial incentives aren't there anymore either, and it is bliss. It is bliss not thinking those thoughts. 90s Latin America had a great run of dubbing with cartoons, anime, and movies from all around the world. So I recall, but is it still going strong, or did something happen? Because this is like being a medieval peasant, a starving medieval peasant, and you're out scavenging for food in the woods, and you stumble into some Roman ruins where you see a pornographic mosaic of naked people eating themselves to death and having an orgy. Like, I can't believe how good we had it back then. Can you? Because I can't. Seeing that this is how much love and attention and also money, 1 million late 90s Spanish equivalents of euros for, per voice actor for this, that's gone away. The material conditions and economic resources that allowed for a formerly superior society to exist in history has evidently gone away by what we are seeing right in front of our faces right now. We are the starving medieval peasants. In the late 90s, we were the decadent, I should have been serpentining. We were the decadent, overfed, lazy Romans who had no idea how good we had it and that it would all go away very soon. Oh no. This scene is gonna be coming up. This is probably gonna get me good too, because they're probably gonna be doing an even better voice acting job of what we're already, like, weirdly top tier, better than modern day vocal direction scripts. My vocabulary is failing me a little bit because I am just so blown away with the intensity of the discovery here, but whatever the voice actors are gonna do for this Sniper Wolf death is probably gonna be rough for me to have to listen to in a slightly less linguistically developed mindset, where my imagination will be thinking up something cooler than what they're saying with their mouths, knowing half the words. This happened. You guys saw the psychological hallucination trigger when I thought Ocelot said "Boton B" because the subtitle on the bottom said it and not on the top, and whatever whatever I imagine for what the words mean in this cutscene are probably going to be better than what they really mean to actual Spanish speakers who are not going to be as impressed as how... Let's fucking go. Let's do it. Oh man, this is gonna be good.
Snake, ¿estás bien?
Otacón.
Otacon's
¿Había
panicking.
otros prototipos de camuflaje?
No.
With a
solo
real
había 5.
panic.
Entonces, esto no es camuflaje óptico.
¿De qué me estás hablando?
Alguien me está apuntando, incluso en medio de la tormenta.
Es ella.
¿Wolf? ¿Sniper Wolf?
Sí, es ella. Sin ninguna duda.
Otacón, hablas como si fueras feliz.
No, no lo soy.
Entonces, ¿qué pasa?
Snake, por favor, no la mates.
¿Estás loco o qué?
Por favor, es una buena persona. Te darías cuenta si hablases con ella.
Escúchame, chico. Es una asesina
Oh, he
despiadada.
called him Chico?
Desde aquí.
Oh.
Te lo dije. Nunca abandono la caza. Ahora eres mío.
And I just also want to point out,
No puedes.
Spanish Sniper Wolf is giving me some kind of reaction that the English voice actress was
Las
not.
mujeres suelen ser mejores soldados.
Wolf, no lo hagas.
Snake, estoy cerca. Puedes verme cerca de ti.
Es un error que un francotirador diga dónde está.
¿Bromeas? En fin, te enviaré una carta de amor, querido. ¿Sabes qué tipo de carta será? Una bala de mi rifle directamente a tu
Rifle. Oh, did you hear the way she said that?
Calla.
Rifle.
No te metas en esto.
Ahora te pagaré por lo de Meryl.
She sounds a
Los
lot
hombres sois
younger.
débiles. Nunca acabáis lo que empezáis.
She also sounds fucking psycho, like she should. She sounds like a very angry, eager 18-year-old girl who is super excited about killing people and feeling nothing from it, because I guess she's doing it from such a long distance, it does not feel personal. Would I have even said those many words about her if I knew the language better? Is that my imagination at play, as I was warning? Okay, let's take diazepam and put on body armor, and then use the D-pad. Sniper Wolf is supposed to be in her 20s. That's weird, because I always thought that, like, Meryl would have been the older of the two, but I would never have imagined either of them in their teens. Sniper Wolf, on the other hand, sounds so high-pitched and energetic and fast that, that there's almost more tragedy going on with this character. If the headcanon of her being a child soldier recruited by Big Boss around about the time of Metal Gear 2, 10 years before this game, this dub, this is blowing my mind. So Sniper Wolf is a more tragic character because she sounds younger. Snake is a more charming character because he opens up more. Otacon is a more heroic character because he doesn't sound so whiny. This is absolutely incredible. Oh shit. I need to be pie slicing. Isn't it fairly reasonable to expect a combat soldier to be in their 20s? Yeah. In the 80s and 90s, yeah. But no, these are... Remember, like, there was a mission, and the whole shtick of, like, these Big Boss, Foxhound, or Big Boss, fans who you keep finding in the ranks of, the bad guys in Metal Gear Solid is that they have a history, or at least it's so extremely heavily implied that it's basically the canon at this point, is that they have a history of being recruited as child soldiers by Big Boss earlier. Sniper Wolf will talk about it during her death scene. She says how she was fighting wars in the Middle East her whole life. She was born into it until Big Boss brought her out and apparently now has her fighting wars all over the place. There is a mission in Metal Gear Solid 5. Have we forgotten that there is a mission in Metal Gear Solid 5 where you playing as Big Boss's most trusted lieutenant, you fly to Africa and you're plucking little black boys straight out of the jungle and sending them back to Mother Base. A major character in Peace Walker is Chico. Sniper Wolf being a child soldier may as well be canon. If she dies in her teens, that adds an extra layer of tragedy to the character. Oh god, oh god. To, like, say the least of the whole, like, sexy femme fatale thing going on with her character as well. Like, all of that is making this more depressing than it was in English. I did it! That was not very efficient, but I'll take it. So Snake is supposed to be about 33, and they make a fuss at the start that he may be too old for this mission. I unironically think that's... Isn't there a similar conversation in the new Top Gun movie? I don't think you're supposed to be doing combat, in your 30s, if you even are a career soldier type character. I mean, at some point, your job turns into training the younger generations. I think that is what you're supposed to be doing as a career soldier in your 30s. But yeah, child soldiers play a huge role in all the Metal Gear Solid narratives involving Big Boss. It's her hereditary. No boy, there's no saving her?
Que acabes conmigo. Soy kurda.
There was a CIA paramilitary guy who was doing operations in his 70s. Well, was it physically strenuous, or logistics work? Yeah, that's a very important question to be asking. I'm actually impressed you're actually... I need to shut up. I need to shut up and enjoy this, because this is important. Ooh.
Perseguidos como perros día tras día. Sacados de los andrajosos cobijos. Esa fue mi vida. Cada mañana. Me despertaba. Y hallaba a varios de mis amigos y familiares muertos a mi lado. Miraba el sol.
Yeah, her rate of breathing is higher than I'm used to. Like, she's just processing everything faster. Her metabolism is super high. He's speaking faster, the word count is higher.
Mi héroe. Saladino. Que me sacó de todo eso.
¿Saladino? O sea, Big Boss.
Me hice asesina. Oculta. Lo veía todo a través de la mira telescópica. Ahora puedo ver la guerra. No desde dentro.
And the way she rolls her R's is really way more intense than everyone else's, too. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. Whatever I'm imagining's gotta be cooler than the actual real explanation. Rifle.
Este grupo revolucionario. Para poder vengarme del mundo. Me he avergonzado a mí y a mi gente. Y ya no soy la loba que nací para ser. En nombre de la venganza.
There's also a bit of motion blur, making her wound look a little more grisly.
Ahora no soy más que una perra.
Los lobos son animales nobles. No son como los perros.
It's Latin, isn't it?
En Yupik, la palabra lobo es Keglunek, y los aleutas los veneran como honorables primos.
Oh, this is so
En
good.
le llaman perro de la guerra. Es cierto, todos nos vendemos por un precio u otro, pero tú eres distinta, salvaje, solitaria. Tú no eres una perra, eres una loba.
¿Quién eres tú? ¿Eres Saladino?
Wolf, tú no mataste a Meryl.
So he can also say Lobo or Wolf depending on what sounds cooler. You can't do that in English.
Morirás como la loba orgullosa que eres.
Ahora comprendo. No esperaba para matar gente. Esperaba que alguien me matase. Alguien como tú. Eres un héroe. Snake. Hazme libre.
Set me free? Or fight me? No, I think that was more closer to set me free.
Te quiero.
¿Qué pasa?
Mi rifle. Dámelo. Forma parte de mí. Ya todos están aquí. Ok, héroe.
Okay, hero.
Libérame.
Adiós.
The controller rumbled.
Snake, dijiste que el amor podía surgir en una guerra. Pero no podía salvarla. ¿Qué estás haciendo?
Se lo devuelvo a su dueña. Yo no necesito ningún pañuelo.
¿Por qué?
Nunca he derramado una lágrima. Iré hacia la base subterránea. No queda tiempo.
Lo sé.
Ahora deberás protegerte tú mismo. No confíes en nadie.
Okay. Sí.
Si no detengo a Metal Gear, todo este lugar será intensamente bombardeado.
Sí.
Sí.
Quizá ya no nos veamos.
Me mantendré en contacto por codec y te ayudaré.
Si quieres, puedes irte. Y empezar de nuevo. Iniciar una nueva vida.
Snake. ¿Por qué luchaba ella? ¿Y por qué lucho yo? ¿Y tú por qué luchas, Snake?
Si al final salimos de esta, te lo contaré.
They added a little metallic echo for that one?
De acuerdo. Yo también buscaré.
I can't believe it. Otacon! Spanish Otacon sounds better too. He's not so nasally. He really does sound like he is a fully capable man who can deal with the situation rather than a comically exaggerated, whiny, puny nerd who is overcoming a debilitating, crippling anxiety issue. He sounds more like a nerdy desk jockey who is drumming up some a moment of capability rather than a truly exaggerated Shinji tier amount of a lack of initiative. Yeah, like hearing Otacon dig up his initiative and get moving, like, has a real heroic flair to it with this version that I don't think is quite there with the super nerdy, nasally, whiny English Otacon. Best cutscene in the game, made even better by the dub. God. Oh my god, this is so good. It's so funny too, because yeah, best cutscene. This is right around the time when you're going through any run of Metal Gear Solid where there are no more doubts anymore that you are playing a sublime work of beautiful art. And that there is something so much more intense than a fancified 3D military-themed version of Pac-Man. I think it speaks to Otacon recognizing she never returned his feelings. A relationship is a mutual thing. So he's also snapping... Yeah, he's snapping out of the Stockholm Syndrome, too, is another thing happening to him there. And, in English, he says, "I'll keep fighting, too." I remember it being it sounded like it was a struggle for him to say. I can't quite remember the words in Spanish, but in Spanish it sounded like it was a gratifying moment of a coming of age or passing the torch, sort of. Like he wasn't really struggling so much as he was ready that it's finally his time. It's finally time to snap out of the Stockholm Syndrome and be confident. Apparently Japanese cyborg ninja is the best. That makes a fun kind of sense. The eerie silence when these doors close is still in full force. I will be doing the Japanese version at some point. I'm definitely putting that on the list. I'm incredibly fascinated to see how the different languages depict the characters differently. Yeah, like, everyone is sexier and more heroic in Spanish, so maybe, like, in Japanese, everyone's gonna sound more, industrious and studious or something. Yeah, like, how do the national stereotypes... How do the national stereotypes translate over into the dubbing of Metal Gear Solid? Correct me if I'm wrong, though, but it's just English, Spanish, and Japanese, right? They didn't do any others? If they did any others, I almost feel like I am now obligated to to catch them all and go through them all. Aha! Slipped through. Huh. So at least someone says that Solid Snake sounds like a more professional soldier in Japanese. So in English, Solid Snake sounds like a weirdly gruff... He sounds like Kurt Russell, but even more weird and gruff. In Spanish, he kind of sounds like Sean Connery, James Bond, but more weird and gruff. So in in Japanese... I don't know. I feel like you might need to know a lot more Japanese movie history to know what sort of references the voice actors are going to be doing, but that just sounds like a fun night of watching old Japanese movies. I was just watching Seven Samurai a couple weeks ago. It's always good for a repeat viewing. Yeah, okay, new topic for the Twitch chat. And maybe the YouTube comments later on. If I decide to play the Japanese dub of Metal Gear Solid later, and I probably will unless my condo tower catches on fire or I get killed by a hitman, what movies should I watch to prepare? What movies should I watch to pick up on what sort of references or characters the Japanese voice actors may be trying to evoke in that dub? Someone call Tim Rogers. This is a question for that guy. In the Japanese dub, I remember Snake jokes around with Otacon more in MGS2. God, this music is so cool. We don't have a camera ahead of us, do we? Not like in extreme mode. I don't think there's the camera that I've been worrying about. George, you gotta watch Ghost in the Shell. Buddy, I've seen it like 3 times. I actually don't know if it held up on the 3rd viewing. Yeah, Ghost in the Shell, come on, that's entry level. That's so entry level. Every freshman who's gone to college and has a poster of Scarface on their wall next to their poster of Apocalypse Now, who thinks that is entry-level international film history. I am far beyond whatever level is required for... Okay, never mind. I should quit shitting all over a perfectly fine suggestion and say, what else? What else should I see besides Ghost in the Shell? OG Ghost in the Shell! Apparently it's very hammy. I like the manga better. He's called Bato, and his thing is owning a boat. Oh, wait, are you saying the dub, the Japanese dub of Ghost in the Shell is what I should be watching? Because I don't know if I know enough Japanese to have as much fun with dubs as I have had with Spanish here. I'm also wondering if Snake will take a very small amount of fall damage if I slip off the edge. No, there's lava under the edge. Not fall damage, instant death. The music in the blast furnace is amazing. It sets the tone for the final act of the game. It's like the music is telling you, things are about to get serious from here. Okay, gringo, then watch Pat Labor if you think you know 90s anime. Wait, okay, I think I might have been misunderstanding the question, though, because, like, everyone's seen Ghost in the Shell. Absolutely everyone's seen the original movie. If you look up a BuzzFeed article of... If you've seen The Matrix and cared a lot about enjoying The Matrix as a kid in the 2000s, The Ghost in the Shell has been enjoyed by millions. I think you might be actually asking something else, like have I seen the Spanish dub of Ghost in the Shell, or have I seen the Japanese dub of Ghost in the Shell and actually understood it without turning the subtitles on, because I don't think I can do that. I'm barely treading water with Spanish Metal Gear Solid here. But to be honest, that almost feels like the proper way to do it. Because I have to use my imagination and think about what they're saying harder than if I was better at Spanish. This is great. Boom, 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 boom. I feel like there's not a ton of overtly war-themed stuff out of Japan in the era. There's always a layer of abstraction, like Gundam. The heat haze is still employing a very interesting technique of exploiting the PlayStation 1 wobble. Whew. Ah, that was a mistake. I thought I was still wall pressed. Are there even any good items to get? I don't know. Can this thing scan out item labels from a distance? No, the graphics aren't good enough to read the text on the box. Hey, I thought I was clear. Come on. Oh, I see. I was fooled by perspective, perhaps. Nah, I'm being an asshole to you. Sorry about that. But I think watching Pat Labor with subs could get you in the headspace of how Japanese Metal Gear should sound. What is Pat Labor? I have not heard this word in my entire life. To think MGS2 and 3 actually labels the item boxes if you look at them. It's a gameplay mechanic. It's like, they tell you about this on the codec. You call up Mei Ling and she's like, don't go putting yourself... In China, they say, don't go rushing out into danger for an item box, but you don't know what's in the item unless you can read the text from a distance, so it's like... the way it's meant to be played. I suppose I'll be ending at Vulcan Raven tonight, as has become a bi-monthly tradition here on Metal Gear Mondays. Pat Labor is about a police force that uses mechs. They are smaller and not super over the top. The sound quality is also better than what I'm used to. I just heard a creepy, low, pitch hum that is quite a different vibe from the vibes I'm normally used to in this room. I need to duck station this thing. I think they include a emulatable image file that they're using in their own emulator that I could probably throw into duck station. Get rid of this wobble. Get some smoother textures without as aggressive pixelation. And then more or less have the superior way to play Metal Gear Solid right now. In Spanish, no radar, hard mode, let's fucking go. Better sound quality, motion blur and cutscenes. Hey, I just tossed another guy off. I've noticed that I'm throwing things over ledges more than in the PC version as well. That's interesting. Okay, so Snake's Japanese voice actor is the Japanese dub of choice for Nicolas Cage roles. He did Cage for Con Air, Face Off, and National Treasure. So you're saying that, like, for Japanese viewers, when they're watching a dubbed version of a Nicolas Cage movie, they're hearing in their head Solid Snake going like, "It's the Declaration of Independence, Otacon!" No, not the bees, Otacon! That's hard for me to imagine. I wonder what that's like. David Hayter's voice and Nicolas Cage's voices are so far off that I find it hard to imagine. Ah! Fuck. I find it hard to imagine Nicolas Cage slowing down and talking all tactical and cool in a David Hayter type style. It would be better. I get better and better with every new playthrough of Metal Gear Solid, and maybe if I keep playing it in Spanish, I'll get better and better at Spanish, too. Apparently in France, the MGS1 dub is so campy it's reached memetic status. Wait, there actually is a dub? Oh, man. Oh, man. If you're kidding me. If there's more languages to go through, we'll be playing this game for years. Every Metal Gear Monday for the next 5 years is gonna be in, like, a different language. So Metal Gear Solid 1 Snake is visually modeled after Christopher Walken. What? No way. Acts like Kurt Russell. What do you mean by modeled after Christopher Walken? I have a hard time trying to parse that. Like, visually modeled? I don't think so. Because his voice and writing are totally more Kurt Russell. He acts like Kurt Russell. In Japanese, he talks like Nick Cage. Otacon, we had to steal the Declaration of Independence from the Patriots. George, it gets better. He also does Steven Seagal and did Samuel L. Jackson for Pulp Fiction. And then Metal Gear Solid 1 has French, German, Italian, Spanish. Or, yeah, we already knew about Spanish, English, and Japanese. But apparently there's French, German, and Italian to go through. A Snick.
¿Qué pasa con ella?
¿Es segura esta conversación?
What about her?
El monitor está apagado.
Ok.
¿Qué pasa?
Yo estaba en el FBI también.
No lo sabía. ¿Qué pretende decirme?
La historia de la doctora Hunter
Look,
sobre
getting
su
them.
pasado.
So I
que su
downloaded
abuelo era un secretario
something
auxiliar
called a
de Hoover en el
European
FBI.
language pack.
Sí.
And that
Y
kind
lo
of
de
sounds
que
like it would
luego
have
se
all
dedicó
those
a
bases
investigar a la
covered,
mafia en
right?
Nueva York.
Sí, ¿qué pasa con eso?
Oh, the
Era
Yoji
todo una
Shinkawa art is where the Walken comes from. Honestly, I wonder how much they really even work with that Yoji Shinkawa art by the time it comes time to turn it into polygons, because the character models sure don't look like the wispy halfway there ghost people who are fading away into pure colors. It's mainly Christopher Walken's jawline. You can see it if you look at his in-game model.
Las operaciones secretas contra la mafia
This
todavía
is
no habían empezado.
fantastic.
Lo hicieron en 1960, en Chicago, no en Nueva York.
Pero...
Mejor que tenga cuidado. El jefe y el presidente han muerto misteriosamente. Ese ninja Ocurren demasiadas cosas extrañas.
¿Está diciendo que Naomi puede estar detrás?
No lo sé. O está detrás, o trabaja para los terroristas.
¿Será posible?
Si descubro algo, le llamaré. Mientras tanto, tenga cuidado.
We got any more help? I won't eat that just yet. I might try to cosplay the Shinkawa art versions of Snake and Otacon and paint the costumes to look like wispy colors. My friend is gonna be Snake. Okay, didn't I recall some... not really. There's no real special tricks to cheesing oneself well for...
Está bien, supongo. ¿Qué pasa? ¿Qué quieres, Snake? Si lo que quieres es hablar con Naomi, ¿por qué no la llamas?
Oh, no es nada.
Oh my god. Is she... did Naomi just chew me out for not saving enough during this run? Did she get jealous
Buena suerte, Snake.
that I was talking to Naomi more than... I don't recall that conversation in the English version. Maybe I would if I saw it, but... I'm going to watch the cutscene in Spanish and then call it a night, because I didn't realize it was 11:51. It's like almost midnight over here. I just got so carried away. I was having so much fun playing Spanish Metal Gear Solid 1. No, Mei Ling is chewing out for asking about Naomi. Right, yes, okay, I do remember. Yeah. Bienvenido!
No, amigos. Mira, dicen sí. Los cuervos no son carroñeros como todos creen. Sencillamente le devuelven al mundo natural todo aquello que ya no es necesario. Y a veces incluso atacan a los zorros heridos.
Eras el que iba en el tanque M1. Debías de sentirte incómodo siendo tan grande.
Pero no era una batalla real.
Did we hear Muck Tuck yet, though?
Comprobar qué tipo de hombre eras. Y han dictado veredicto. Los cuervos creen que eres todo un guerrero.
Pero estaría alucinando.
Oh. So the Christopher Walken inspiration... Hang on, I need to shut up and listen for the Muck Tuck. It's the Deer Hunter. I need to see the Deer Hunter. I've never seen the Deer Hunter. Metal Gear Solid will make a lot more sense after watching the Deer Hunter.
Pero no hay cuervos en mi linaje.
Bromeas.
No son buenos amigos. ¿Qué importa? Serás un adversario respetable. También vives en Alaska. ¿Conoces la Olimpiada Mundial Esquimo India?
Sí, la conozco. Y debes de ser muy bueno en la prueba de comedores Muktuk.
Comedores Muktuk.
Tienes razón.
Sí, tienes. He just eats the line the same way he does in English. Yes, that's right. Sí, tienes razón.
Soportan el frío intenso. Es una prueba tanto espiritual como física.
¿Y quieres estirarme de las orejas?
La forma es diferente, pero el espíritu el mismo. Alégrate, Snake. Será una gloriosa batalla.
Esto no es glorioso, solo puro asesinato. La violencia no es deporte.
Oh, hot sauce Hefe, they absolutely are. In fact, I think I'm warming up to both Snake and Otacon. I think I like this version of Snake and Otacon better than the English version. easily, I didn't even have to think about it, it happened subconsciously. I do like this version of Sniper Wolf better. The Spanish Revolver Ocelot is fun. Spanish Liquid is having a blast. I feel like I have stumbled upon what is... He's a lot slower in this version. I feel like I have stumbled upon some greatly kept secret from the English-speaking world that has always been amusingly well known in the Spanish-speaking world. The Metal Gear Solid Spanish dub being fantastic is something that more people need to know. I said I was gonna call it at this point. Let's give her a save just for posterity. And okay. And then I'll try to figure out some way to talk over this while the exciting boss music is playing. I'm wondering if I need to see the Deer Hunter. Chit Chat is saying I don't need to see the Deer Hunter. The only similarity is the look, apparently. But yeah, I completely forgot that Christopher Walken used to be young. When I'm thinking Christopher Walken, I'm thinking of the weird old guy in Pulp Fiction who hands down a watch to a son as an heirloom timepiece after describing how long it was up someone's butthole in a Vietnamese prisoner of war camp. Anyways, Spanish Raven rules. He's hamming it up so much. Oh boy. The Spanish VO for Snake dubbed Lando in the most recent Star Wars. George, maybe going through the Japanese version of these movies would be better preparation than Japanese movies? That's what Kojima would have been watching, is the Japanese dubs. I don't know. Maybe he would have been watching the subs. Watch 3 Days of the Congour, Michael Caine, never seen The Deer Hunter. You're thinking about the Weapon of Choice music video, don't lie. No, actually I wasn't. Yeah, when I think Christopher Walken, I think Pulp Fiction. It took me a minute to know what you were talking about, but that's good Walken, that's good Walken. But my brain does not even have an image of Christopher Walken wearing the bandana in The Deer Hunter. I have no imagery of this in my brain's RAM. I don't even think I have hard disk space image for that. I guess it's about a guy who hunts deer. This was an amazing stream, really. Gotta be one of the best. All-time top 10 Metal Gear Mondays was this one tonight. I have truly seen the light from this one tonight. It was amusing and interesting last stream. This stream is like the spotlight shining on Danny DeVito, and he just like can't believe that the first day of the rest of his life is about to begin tomorrow. Because for every day for the rest of my life from here on out, I'm gonna have a voice thinking in English that is going to be saying thoughts like, George, George, George. Remember, George, remember. The Spanish Metal Gear is inferior. Oops, I actually said that wrong. I meant to say that your version of Metal Gear is inferior. The Spanish is superior. Don't think about it, George. Remember,